That's so weird. Shasta, I was just having a dream about you. And David Anderson Kirk, you were arguing about something. I can't remember. So weird. And now you're here. Now you're the first one in chat. Okay, so I figured we'd have a look at opening statements today. Sorry we're a little late. It was really difficult to get up. It's extra cold today. But we're here. We're here. It's scarf season. Okay, so let's warm up with some opening statements. I was going to jump into the neighbor interview, but there's way too much going on in that for us to go into. So let's allow Mr. Guy to open it up for us.
Occasions over the last several days, you should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the attorneys, and the instructions on the law that I will give you at the conclusion of the case.
Hey,
Until
Brian.
that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. We've also talked about during the course of the trial, we'll take breaks. You'll have bailiffs with you during those breaks because of the sequestration issue.
All right.
During those breaks, you'll be allowed to do some other things. You should not discuss the case among yourselves or allow anyone to rely on their notes as a group. The notes are just for yourself. And as I said, your greatest tool is your memory of the evidence, but you can use the notes to help you with that. So with that said, we're ready to begin with the opening statements. We'll hear first from Mr. Guy on behalf of the state. Mr. Guy?
Mr. Guy, as far as I remember, it's been a little while since I saw this, but he does a pretty comprehensive job at telling the story of what Michael Dunn did and what he didn't do and why he did the things that he didn't need to do, and you know?
Court.
Yes, sir.
Counsel, good afternoon. As they had been so many times before, the two best friends were side by side. Jordan Davis and Leland Brunson, sitting in the back seat of a friend's SUV in the middle of...
Imagine if he said, sitting in the back of a red Dodge Durango very tacky.
a holiday weekend of mall hopping and girl shopping. But this moment was unlike any other the two best friends had ever spent.
Mall hopping and girl shopping. Would that be better? Would that sound better if it was the other way around? They spent all day girl hopping and mall shopping. I don't know which is worse.
Bullets, 9 of them, had come crashing through the glass and metal surrounding them. Some of the bullets had whizzed by their heads and the heads of 2 other teenagers who were in the car. Some of the bullets had been stopped by the metal in the doors. But some of the bullets were unaccounted for. And so 4 terrified teenagers began an ominous roll call. Tommy, Tevin, Leland, Jordan. Everybody responded to the sound of their name, except Jordan Davis. He was lying in the back seat with his head in Leland Brunson's lap. Unbeknownst to any of them, 3 of those bullets had found their target. One of them had entered his right leg. One of them had entered his left leg. And one of them had entered his right side, tore through his liver, passed through both of his lungs, and shredded his aorta.
Wow, guys, let's just hear that again, huh? I mean, could that have been any worse for the boy?
His right leg. One of them had entered his left leg, and one of them had entered his right side, tore through his liver, passed through both of his lungs, and shredded his aorta. And then the blood that for 17 years had run so naturally through Jordan Davis's veins and arteries is pouring out of him.
It's great how he makes that seem like a long time and a ridiculously short time in the context. The blood that had run through his veins for 17 years.
And so the two best friends were side by side for the last time. Jordan Davis, gasping for air, was taking his last breaths of life. And Leland Brunson, who was cradling his dying friend, was taking his last breaths of innocence. And at that exact moment, the man who, fueled by anger and intent, had fired 10 times, 10, into a car of unarmed teenagers, was driving away, as though nothing had happened.
That's his father.
Michael David Dunn pointed a semi-automatic pistol.
Hey, Mr. Guy, it's Michael David Double Down Dunn. Michael David Double Down Dunn pulled a semi-automatic pistol
At 4 unarmed kids from a distance much closer than you and I. And then drove off. He didn't call the police. He went to his hotel with his girlfriend, and he called a pizza delivery man and ordered a pizza. He took his little dog for a walk outside the hotel, turned on a movie, and made himself a big, tall rum and coke. And not long after, an emergency doctor at Shands Hospital pronounced Jordan Davis dead. That defendant put his head on his hotel pillow and went to sleep. But ladies and gentlemen, as you are about to learn, there are some things that defendant will never, ever be able to run from. The physical evidence, the bullet trajectory through the car and through Jordan Davis's body, that will prove to you beyond any doubt that when that defendant opened fire, Jordan Davis was sitting in his car seat with the door closed, with nothing in his hands, and he was leaning over.
You mean he didn't have a stick? He didn't have a stick in his hands? Jumping out of the car with a big feather?
Away from the gunfire, toward Leland Brunson. Secondly, the words from that defendant's own mouth at the time of the shooting. Words of hate. Words of intent. Words that he can't now take back. And most importantly, the memories. The wretched, indelible memories of the 3 boys who survived. And a host of witnesses at the gas station, including his own girlfriend, who he made witnesses to a homicide. The date was November 23rd, 2012, the day after Thanksgiving. Everybody knows it now as Black Friday. And 17-year-old Jordan Davis got together with his best friend, 17-year-old Leland Brunson, both of them students at Wilson High School. And as teenage boys are wont to do, they called 2 other friends to go to the mall to look for girls. So they called 17-year-old Tevin Thompson, a student at Atlantic Coast High, and 19-year-old Tommy Storms. And the 4 teenagers jumped into Tommy Storms' red Dodge Durango and went to the town center. and struck out. The only person of note they ran into was Jordan Davis's on-again, off-again girlfriend, Aaliyah Harris. And then they climbed back into the car and headed for another mall, the Avenues Mall. But they stopped. They stopped at a Gate gas station at the intersection of Southside Boulevard and Bay Isles Road. And Tommy Storms pulled in to a parking space right in front of the door, facing the store. Tommy Storms got out to go inside to get some cigarettes for himself and some gum for the other boys. Kevin Thompson, and Leland Brunson, and Jordan Davis sat in the car listening to music. Their music. Loud music. Rap music. And then into their lives, into the parking space right beside them, of the defendant. And after his girlfriend got into the store, he turned his attention to the boys. But before his girlfriend got out of the car, he turned to her and said, "I hate that thug music. That was rattle. That's very weird." And his girlfriend just looked at him and said, "I know," and went in the store. And rather than go into the store himself,
This was an opportunity, Shasta. I hate that thug music. So I'm going to park right next to it where it's going to annoy me. Because I know if anything does happen, thug music is played by gangbangers. So I'll be able to do what I've been planning to do and hoping for an opportunity to do for years, which is use my firearm in a real scene against thugs, which we've decided is definitely an up-to-date, modernized euphemism for people of color. Yeah, I mean, he went into this hoping, wishing that some situation would arise where he would feel wrongly justified in sending death into the thugs. And that's all made clear when we do finally hear from his neighbor. Very, very interesting. I say testimony. It's not on the stand. It's an out-of-court interview with the neighbor. Very, very good.
or move his car, the defendant chose to roll down his window.
Yeah, we said this yesterday. Christina says, why the hell didn't he go to the store and get the love of his life, some wine and chips? Yeah, this potato with legs and arms and a head parks next to the thug music. You know, it's so easy to just go into the store with your girlfriend or go yourself and let a reasonably tempered human being sit next to a minor annoyance for a couple of minutes. But no, he takes out $20 and hands it to her and sends her in. Alone. Chauncey Myers, good to see you.
He was right next to Tevin Thompson. Tevin Thompson was in the front passenger seat. The defendant was in the driver's seat of his car. And he looked at him and said, "Hey, can you turn that down? I can't hear myself think." So Tevin Thompson turned the music down. But Jordan Davis, who was sitting behind Tevin Thompson in the rear passenger seat, didn't want to be told what to listen to, or at what volume to listen to it at. So he said, "F him, turn it up." And he didn't say F, he said the word. And he didn't say him, he said the N. He said turn it up. So Tevin Thompson turned the music back up. And then Jordan Davis and the defendant started jawing at each other. Jordan Davis is 5 feet 11 inches tall, 145 pounds. The defendant is 6'4" and well over 200. But they exchanged...
Well over
firearms.
200, 270
Back
at the
and
time,
forth.
at least.
And at about the time Tommy Storms got back in the car, the defendant rolled down his window again.
What kind of music does Michael Dunn like? I think that has come up. I believe that he is a huge fan of Wham. Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. What's that other one? Everything She Wants. That is actually a really good tune, isn't it? Everything She Wants and Everything She Needs.
Said, "Are you talking to me?" And Jordan Davis looked at him and said, "Yeah, I'm talking to you." And the defendant said, "You're not going to talk to me like that." And in the same motion, he reached in his glove box and grabbed his pistol. He pulled the slide back to chamber a live round. And with two hands, he pointed out his window back at Jordan Davis's door and pulled the trigger 3 times. Every one of those shots in a nice, tight little circle went through the door and into Jordan Davis's body. Tommy Storms, the driver, as you can imagine, was terrified and put the car in reverse and backed up. The defendant didn't stop. He kept focused and aimed on the car.
It's lucky that Tommy Storms didn't fucking hit a woman with a baby. A woman with a baby. It could have been anybody in the behind him, and wouldn't have been his fault to not look and reverse at speed while this potato with arms and legs and a head is shooting into his red Dodge Durango very tacky. It wouldn't have been his fault, but he would have felt guilty, wouldn't it? Oh shit, I just ran my red Dodge Durango very tacky over a woman and a baby. That would have just been the icing on the cake, the icing on the guilt cake.
And he pulled the trigger 4 more times. And you'll see the bullet holes in Tevin Thompson's door, one after the other. 3. The 4th shot missed. And then Tommy Storms backed all the way up and pulled off as fast as he could into an adjacent parking lot. But the defendant, instead, he opened his driver's door and put his legs out and took aim again and pulled the trigger 3 more times. Every one of those shots hit the car. 2 of them in the back where the taillight is, 1 of them in a rear window that crisscrossed the car, passing between all 4 of their heads. It came in the back right window and ended up in that little sun visor above Tommy Storm's head.
Yeah.
Tommy Storms
Bullet went past my ear
went out of the
and
plane.
landed in my sun visor. That really adds something to the situation, doesn't it? How close does it need to be to your head? Pretty close.
And stopped.
Oh, hey, we are 3:31 a.m. Just a reminder to all you coffee heads out there. It is Tuesday. It's Coffee Tuesday. I know that we've been pushing for the PayPal support, but anyone that's stuck on coffees, anyone who just loves lattes and macchiatos and mochas. Yeah, we got about an hour to get as many of those cups in as possible before we have to make the withdraw. Feel free to go to PayPal also. I mean, I should start a goal. But yeah. Anyone stuck on coffees? 1 hour. Let's go!
Car to see what was wrong, to see who and what had been hit. And they started that roll call that Jordan Davis couldn't respond to.
Roll call. This again. Doesn't Michael? Not Michael Dunn. Mr. Guy. You see what I mean about his style, which I do like. It is effective. It's a little bit too polished for me to get behind 100%. But I'm a comfortable 95. I'm a comfortable 85 to 95% behind what Mr. Guy is doing. And he just has this great visual storytelling ability to walk you through and to throw in some real, grabbing, just how he puts it across. It really grabs you. He's like, started that roll call that Jordan Davis couldn't answer. I think he's going to call their names.
Tommy Storms got out of the parking lot and stopped the car
Yes, Chris.
to see what was wrong, to see who and what had been hit. And they started that roll call that Jordan Davis couldn't respond to. And Tevin Thompson and Tommy
It's a little
Storms
quiet,
got out,
isn't
and
it?
they opened the back doors and they saw Jordan Davis.
Okay, sorry about that. We'll have to go to some boost. I'm thinking 210. How's that? 210?
And they saw Leland Brunson and they realized what had happened. And they jumped back in the car. And they didn't park or turn it around. Tommy Storms put it in reverse, straight back to the gate gas station, where there was lighting and people and help. And people did come. The defendant had already pulled off with his girlfriend. And the 4 teenagers were back in the gate parking lot. And people did come and pull Jordan Davis out of the car and put him on the ground and tried in vain to perform CPR. And rescue came and put him in the back of an ambulance, where he was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead. Ladies and gentlemen, this case, the evidence in this case, is going to take you back to November 23rd, 2012, at about 7:38 p.m. when those gunshots rang out. And you will be witnesses then. And you'll hear from each of the 3 boys who lived in the car. Leland Brunson, a wisp of a kid, maybe 150 pounds, maybe. And Tevin Thompson, big guy, round face, smiles a lot. And they'll tell you about the interaction between Jordan Davis and the defendant. That Jordan Davis was upset, no doubt. He was cussing, no doubt. He raised his voice. But he never threatened the defendant. He disrespected the defendant. And Tommy Storms, the driver, who came back to the car and saw the defendant pull his gun. And you'll learn that Jordan Davis, the only thing he had on his person was a cell phone and a pocket knife. And both of those things were in his pockets when he was shot and killed. And when they cut his clothes off him, his little pocket knife and his cell phone were in his pocket. But you won't just have the people in the car. This happened at a gas station before 8 p.m. on Black Friday on the South Side. You'll hear from people like Stephen Smith, a contractor who stopped there to get something to drink, and who walked out the front door of the store. The defendant's car was the first spot next to the door, and he was stopped by what he heard the defendant say, "You're not going to talk to me like that." And he looked, maybe 10 feet to his right, and saw the defendant pull that gun and aim it out the door at point blank range at the car next to him, and pull the trigger. And saw the red Dodge Durango back up and the defendant keep firing. And saw the Dodge Durango pull off and the defendant keep firing. You'll hear from people like Andrew Williams, who was on the street, and when he heard the shots, he pulled into the gas station. And he pulled Jordan Davis out of the car because he had a medical background. And he put his hands into Jordan Davis's chest in vain. You'll hear from people like Sean Atkins, who had the wherewithal to remember the tag number of the defendant's car before it pulled off. That was given to the police. People like Samantha Ickes, who pulled in just before the boys pulled back in and saw the holes in the car and saw the panic on their faces and called 911. You'll hear from people like Christopher and Alyssa LeBlanc, a brother and sister, who had had dinner at the Loop restaurant, which is in the next plaza. They were walking back to their car when they heard the gunshots, and they saw the red Dodge Durango coming towards them and stopped suddenly. And they saw two black males, Tommy Storms and Tevin Thompson, get out of the car and look in the back. They didn't know what they were looking at, that it was Jordan Davis. They just saw him get out of the car. They didn't see him leave the car, the area of the car. They didn't put anything in the car. They didn't take anything out of the car. They just looked in the back. And then they got back in and put it in reverse. And the LeBlancs got in their car and they called 911. But you won't just have witness testimony. You will have forensic evidence. A bone-chilling audio tape. Because the Gates store had surveillance, video surveillance, on the inside of the store only. And so you'll see Tommy Storms, tall guy, real skin, got dreadlocks, and down to his shoulders. Go in and buy a pack of cigarettes and some gum. And you'll see the defendant's girlfriend, Rhonda Rauer, put a bottle of wine on the counter and a bag of potato chips. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, 3 remarkably loud bangs. The shots that killed Jordan Davis. And then a pause. 4 more shots. And then the long pause. Where the boys pulled off and he opened his door. 3 more shots, all of which hit the car. And you'll have the car itself. The red Dodge Durango was at the scene, of course, and it was secured. And you'll see through the photographs that when the bullets went through Jordan Davis's closed door, it blew pieces of the inside of the door into the car, big pieces of plastic and rubber, into the car, because the door was closed.
And I've just been informed, as the door was closed, that there is no link. There is no link for the coffees that we are pushing for as many cups as possible in the next 48 minutes. 12 minutes wasted. You don't get that back, let me tell you. So what are we got to do? We've got to update it, right? Just update the whole thing. Okay, so boom. Yeah. Refresh, and there's all the coffee link, right? Lovely. 48 minutes. 48 minutes.
And they searched the car. There was a basketball in the back. There were basketball shoes. There were clothes. There were the big...
But that's only if you're stuck on coffees and don't have PayPal, because PayPal is still our preferred and best and greatest and quickest and most instant method to support the channel.
12-inch speakers. There were cups on the floor. There were no weapons.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
No
Toyo Open Country.
There was a camera tripod.
Towards keeping the grape fat and what is it? let's check. Toyo says towards keeping the grape fat and juicy on the vine. Yes. That's well, we do our best. We do our very best. Thank you, Toyo.
Stuffed under one of the seats. No weapons. And they took that car down and they put dowel rods in each of the 9 holes in the car. So you could see exactly the angle that they came in at. And you'll see the 3 through Jordan Davis's door. And the 3 into Tevin Thompson's door. And the 3 in the back. And the long dowel rod that goes from the back of the car to the front, right through Tommy.
Michelle, welcome back, Michelle. And Madeleine.
And ladies and gentlemen, you won't just have what happened in the Durango.
Oh, you've never seen this trial before? This trial's great, Madeleine. And we're just having a little warm up here, but there's actually 2 trials. So there's all sorts to look through, but the defense counsel, Mr. Stroller, is going to get up in a minute and do something quite shock and awe that we don't often get to see in a courtroom these days. Or at all, ever.
It happened in his car. Because when his girlfriend, Rhonda Rauer, heard the gunshots, like everyone else, she was shocked. And she stepped outside. And the defendant yelled to her, "Get in the car." And she just stood there. And he yelled at her again, "Get in the car." And she did. And they pulled off. North on South Side Boulevard. Maybe 3 miles to the Sheraton Hotel. They had cell phones. But the defendant didn't call 911. Didn't drive to the police substation. He drove to the parking lot. He put his gun back in the glove box. And he walked inside. Didn't tell anybody at the front desk. He just went upstairs. And he called the pizza delivery service to get a pizza. And he got his little dog. And he went down and took him for a walk.
Do you think he told the pizza delivery people? You'll never guess what happened to me. I was accosted by 4 thugs and their rap crap. I had to send death through my pistol at the thugs. Yeah, but it's murder is hungry work. So, do you guys have the double cheese stuffed crust pepperoni supreme? Yeah. And could we get that with with anchovies, but only a few, only a couple. Olives? You don't do olives? You only do olives as a side portion? What's the difference? You put the olives on the pizza. How hard can it be?
And they turned on the movie and poured big, tall drink. Rum and Coke. And then he went to sleep. But in the morning, Rhonda Rauer turned on the news. And it was a story of a shooting from the night before at a gas station on the south side. And a 17-year-old boy had been killed. And she told the defendant about the news story. And then they packed their bags and went home to Brevard County, 2.5 hours away. And you'll learn that they had been at a wedding before stopping at the store, the defendant's son's wedding. And they skipped their plans for Saturday night in St. Augustine and drove back to Brevard County and unpacked their bags and went inside. But through the night, while the defendant was sleeping, the detectives were working. Remember the guy who wrote down the tag number, Sean Atkins? They ran the tag. It came back to the defendant. And in the middle of the night, they put together photo spreads with the defendant's picture, and they showed them to the three boys. Tevin Thompson, who was right next to the defendant, recognized, identified the defendant. That's the guy who shot at us. And he signed his name. And they got an arrest warrant. And they went to Brevard County the next morning and arrested the defendant, who had not a mark, a scratch on him. And they seized his car. And in the glove box was a Taurus 9mm pistol with 10 rounds missing. And a magazine underneath it, another full magazine. And they searched that car. There was a shell casing on the front floorboard, right by the defendant's right foot. There were 4 shell casings in that little trough between the windshield and the hood that the expelled casings had been caught in, that matched the 5 casings at the scene. And you'll hear from a ballistics expert, Maria Pagan, at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And she will tell you exactly how the defendant's gun operates. What the trigger pull is, fancy term, is just the amount of force it takes to pull a trigger. And she'll tell you that to expel a single bullet, you have to pull the trigger 1 time. To fire 10 times, the person has to pull it 10 times. And she'll show you how the gun works. But ladies and gentlemen, you're also going to learn in this trial, as Miss Corey discussed.
So, Newton says, I think the fact that racism was involved made the like-minded want to fight harder to ignore the facts in this case and wanted to support him even more, including the jurors that caused the mistrial. Well, yeah. But, really that's what jury selection is there to try and ensure that there's to try and ensure. Of course, you cannot always ensure that. Jury selection, both sides will ask questions to check if there's bias, if there's people leaning one way because of personal reasons, whether they're racist or whatever it is. But I absolutely the other case of there was I always forget this guy's name. It's Christina will tell us. It's Trevern. No, what is it? It's Trayvon Taylor, Trayvon Smith, Trayvon Dixon. Who is it, Christina? Anyway, there was another case that was barged. About a black that was killed. So part of the community, not much, but some of the part of the Trayvon Martin, thank you. Yeah, they barged that. The state barged that. So they were criticized for it. So there was talk around in the public that the only reason that the state went so hard after Michael Dunn was because they were overcompensating and wanting to reclaim. Oh, Chancy, thank you so much for the coffees. Chancy Myers. Buy yourself some galon. Yes, maybe. I don't often do that because there's too much milk, but sometimes, yeah. Trayvon Martin was barged, so but I don't believe that to be the case, that they were overcompensating. I mean, they didn't need to overcompensate. Look at what this guy did, Michael Dunn.
Discussed with you yesterday, real trials are not like TV. And the witnesses are not well-spoken actors and actresses. For example, Sean Atkins, the guy who was standing there, who had the insight to write down the tag number, he's in prison now. Since November of 2012, he's been arrested, prosecuted, sentenced to prison. Tommy Storms, the 19-year-old driver of the car, was on probation at the time, felony probation, and he had a curfew. He was supposed to be home at 7 p.m. He was violating his curfew when the gunshots went off at 7:38. And when you listen to the witness's testimony, you'll hear inconsistencies, real life inconsistencies, the way it happens in everyday life. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear from Dr. Stacy Simons, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Jordan Davis. Critical testimony. And she will take you through and show you the path of each bullet. How 2 bullets entered the backs of his legs around his groin, one of which lodged in his left hip. And you'll see an x-ray of the projectile, and you'll see the projectile itself. And the 3rd bullet that went in to his right side, about midway up, and passed through his liver and his lungs and his aorta. And you'll see that the path of the bullet is like this because Jordan Davis was like this when he was shot and killed, leaning away from the defendant. And you'll see an x-ray of that bullet lodged in his chest. And ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this trial, Judge Healy will read to you the law that applies to all of us, the laws that apply to each of us. And we are confident that after you hear the evidence in all of it, that you will know beyond any doubt in your head, in your heart, in your gut, that when that defendant
All right, you might be taking it a little far, Mr. Guy. Okay, you will know in your heart, in your head, in your gut, in your mind, in your dreams, in your waking life, in your consciousness, in yourself, in your, what else could it be? What else could it be? You will know in your head, in your mind, in your heart, in your soul. You will know in your soul that he did this.
pointed that pistol at the car full of unarmed teenagers and started and continued to pull the trigger.
Very tacky. Well, it's explained by the preceding 3 words. It's Red Dodge Durango very tacky. Hang on, that's not what you drive, is it, Madeleine? Take it back. Sell it tomorrow.
He was guilty of shooting into an occupied vehicle. Guilty of 3 counts of attempted murder. And guilty of the first-degree murder of Jordan Davis.
This, the father here, Mr. Davis, I think that might be the mother behind him. All the way through, he just, you can just tell how fucking hard it is for him and how committed he is to handling it with dignity. You know, that's what I take away. Every time I see Mr. Davis in the gallery, I just, you know, it's just so dignified, isn't it?
Thank you for your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Guy. Mr. Stroller.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Opposing counsels.
All right.
Members of the jury.
Let's go, Mr. Stroller.
If you just remain standing, we're going to have you administer another oath. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. If you just remain standing, if you would, raise your right hand. The clerk is going to administer the oath to you as jurors.
Pull the trigger.
What did we talk about in jury selection?
Fence.
Can't use sympathy. Can't use anger. Can't use bias or prejudice. And no matter how soft Mr. Guy wants to talk and how slow he wants to tell you, that's not the evidence. What he says is not evidence. What you hear from this witness stand, what you see with your own eyes, with the state's witnesses, is evidence. And as Mr. Guy put it, real inconsistency is real life every day. Well, every day, people aren't on a trial for crimes they didn't commit. And we talked about you can look at something and see 2 separate things looking at the same picture. And Mr. Guy told you his version. Mr. Guy told you what he believes the evidence is going to show. And again, he could say it as slowly and softly as he wants. But the judge is going to instruct you the law is you can't use sympathy, empathy, anger, bias, or prejudice. Now, what did you hear Mr. Guy say? The first person to get upset, and the evidence is going to show that the only person that cursed was Jordan Davis. And his words to Michael Dunn were, "I'm going to fucking kill you. I should kill you right now." See, that's what Mr. Guy didn't tell you the facts are going to come out prior to any gunshots being fired. All because Michael Dunn asked for common courtesy. And the gentleman in that car will admit to you on that stand under oath that the music was so loud It was rattling the windows, the mirrors. They couldn't even hear themselves talk, sitting in the same vehicle. But yet they want you to believe that this man, so angrily coming back from his son's wedding, said, "Turn down the music, I can't hear myself think." And Mr. Thompson, the gentleman in the front passenger seat, we call shotgun, will tell you he could only see Mr. Dunn mouth those words. Couldn't even hear them. And Kevin Thompson lowered it. And what you're going to hear is the next thing my client says, Michael Dunn, was, "Thank you." And he puts his window back up. And then as Mr. Guy says it, the first words Jordan Davis says, "Fuck that nigger, turn it back up." That didn't come from Michael Dunn. Not a single remark, not a single curse word came from Mr. Dunn. Matter of fact, the gentleman in the car will tell you that they never heard Michael Dunn curse. He never raised his voice. And he never yelled at them. And all three men in that car will tell you that the music was so loud, they don't even know if Jordan Davis actually threatened Michael Dunn. But what you're going to find out through the evidence is law enforcement didn't care. The state attorney's office didn't care. Because the evidence is going to show that they took those three men to the homicide office to take their statement. They put them in a room, had video, had audio. They didn't use it. The homicide detectives are going to tell you that's not protocol. I've got to go to my assistant chief and my lieutenant. We don't video and audio people who are allegedly a victim of a crime. Okay? The homicide detectives are going to tell you that they even have tape recorders. They could use it. None of them did. Matter of fact, the lead homicide detective, Detective Musser, was so unprepared, he didn't even bring his laptop to the crime scene when he was summoned to go from his house. He couldn't even watch the surveillance video. He didn't watch the surveillance video. He had his fellow officer go get it. Not even a homicide detective. He didn't even know what was on it till days later. You're going to find out that Detective Musser asked another homicide detective, "All right, you go get the video. I've got other stuff to do." Their surveillance video of the shooting was so unimportant to Detective Musser, he gave it to somebody else to delegate with no description of what he wanted. Now what you're going to find out about that surveillance video is there's video and there's audio. You can hear what's going on. You can see what's going on. And the one thing Mr. Guy didn't tell you the evidence is going to show, that once the crime scene was what they called secure, all of the witnesses from outside were brought into a little area inside that gate gas station, right underneath the cameras, right where there's video and audio. And some witnesses, depending on who the state calls, will tell you, yeah, people talked. Some people said the officers told us not to. Some of the witnesses said they didn't. Some said they were standing inside. Some said the officers were only outside. But if you want to get through those inconsistencies, all the detective had to do was look at the video, realize it's got audio, and just ask the gate gas station, "Hey, give me an extra hour or so where my witnesses are in there. Let's ensure that witnesses aren't talking to each other." And they don't. For days. And what you're going to find out is, on the video, on the surveillance video, you're going to see a witness, one of the gate employees, start immediately talking to the next customer in line about what just happened and what she saw. You're going to see her start talking to another gate employee about what just happened and what she saw. And the video goes off 10 minutes after it happens. Not because Michael Dunn said stop the video, because the police didn't care enough to preserve what the witnesses may have said on video. And we'd have audio. And the way Mr. Guy presents his evidence was nice and slow, methodical, almost premeditated. None of the evidence presented will show any of that. And like he said, beyond any doubt, you'll see Tommy Storms walk out. He was the driver of the car. This is the man, it's his SUV, pumping the music, and that's okay. But he had no idea what happened. He gets into his truck, and he doesn't see Mr. Dunn in person. He has to walk literally this close to Michael Dunn. Because Michael Dunn is the first car out the door.
Well, he's lucky he didn't get fucking shot then, isn't he? He walked that close to Michael Dunn. Are you crazy? Stay away from Michael David Double Down Dunn.
And guess where the red SUV is? It's right next to Mr. Dunn's car. And the state's witnesses will tell you that it was front to front, window to window. So Mr. Thompson is sitting right next to Mr. Dunn. And Jordan Davis would be behind him. Mr. Storms would have to walk right in front of Mr. Dunn, right in front of the red SUV, and never claim to have heard yelling, cursing, anything by Mr. Dunn. Not even a visible sign of aggression or anger by Michael Dunn. But Mr. Guy didn't tell you that in opening statement. My next point is, when you hear the witnesses testify, don't just keep an open mind on direct examination. Listen for the cross-examination. We talked about it in jury selection. I'm going to ask some real hard questions. And there will be inconsistencies. And there will be some questions they can't answer. But Mr. Guy tells you, beyond all doubt, you're going to find out that not only does the SUV speed away, they drive over 100 yards into another plaza filled with cars. There's two people, allegedly 10, 15 feet away from them, Chris LeBlanc and Alyssa LeBlanc. Mr. Storms gets out of the car, opens his back door. The 911 call even says from Chris LeBlanc, it looks like they're stashing something. Those are his exact words. Mr. Thompson gets out of his door, opens the back door. So now you've got two men from the SUV fumbling in the back, looking like they're stashing something. Not doing the roll call, not screaming, "Oh my God, our friend's been shot, call 911. What does Tommy Storms do? Calls 911 and hangs up. What does Tevin Thompson do? Nothing. What does Leland Brunson do? Who's cradling his best friend dying? Nothing. Chris and Alyssa LeBlanc, the brother and sister, will tell you that nobody was screaming, nobody was panicking, and nobody was yelling. And here's the key. They're going to tell you that one of those men were on the cell phone talking. But none of the men will be able to tell you who they recall talking to. Yet Mr. Guy tells you that evidence shows they go back for help at a gas station with no medical personnel, with cell phones where they could call 911, in a lit plaza with people and cars. Now you're going to hear a statement that Miss Wolfson gives. And if they play the audio, you'll hear Miss Wolfson lead the entire time. You'll see her lead the witnesses the entire time of what answer she wants. And you're going to hear Alyssa LeBlanc say, well, I didn't see him get rid of anything, right? Because now they're trying to stash a weapon. They're getting it out of the vehicle. They could easily throw it underneath the car. They could be on the phone with their friend. Man, you got to get up here. Just got shot at. This is where it's at. Come get it. Quick. That call's more important than 911 to the men in the car. Chris LeBlanc will tell you, oh yeah, I didn't see him get rid of anything either. They really never left the truck. But see if he can tell you, or Miss LeBlanc can tell you, that once they get out of the vehicle and the front doors are open, the back doors are open, you lose sight of them. They have no idea what Tommy Storns and Tevin Thompson are doing in the back of that car, because now at least Mr. Thompson's completely out of sight. They then reverse back. They still don't call 911. They pull into a parking spot, and Mr. Guy said Samantha Ickes, very important witness. After a shootout, they're panicked. Their friend is cradled, taking his last breath. You would think that car would fly back in, pull into a spot. No. Miss Ickes will tell you the red SUV pulled up right next to her, calmly, slowly. Nobody said anything from the red SUV. She looked over and saw bullet holes. And Miss Ickes asked, is everything okay? She'll tell you, I've never seen anything like that. I didn't know what to do. I was in shock. Because she wasn't there for the shooting. She pulled in after. The red SUV was gone for so long, over 100 yards away in another parking lot, that people could pull into the plaza, talk on the phone, go to get gas, and had no idea a shooting just occurred. And that is when one of the boys in the car says, could you call 911? For the first time. And not one witness can tell you where Tommy Storns went when he got out of the truck. Not one witness can tell you where Tevin Thompson went when he got out of the truck. The only person we know who stayed in the truck was Leland. Now they tell you, a witness showed up who had medical training, who gave CPR. You're going to hear that there's officers standing at the red SUV, and they let a civilian help pull Jordan Davis out of the car and administer CPR. He was a lifeguard at 16 years old and had never done CPR in his life. And that's who the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office allowed to work on Jordan Davis and called it medical background experience.
Medical background experience. Well, you know, it was probably the best that they had on scene available. What's the fucking problem? What are you going to do? Say, you know, stand back. We need to wait for a doctor. You use what you have in the moment. It's okay. I mean, not that it would have made any difference. He was dead within 45 seconds because of the lethal action of your client sending death into the child. 45 seconds, gone. Psh, lights out.
A guy who was a lifeguard when he was a kid. Now, I don't fault that gentleman for trying. But if you look at the evidence and what the sheriff's office did and did not do, it's unmistakable. They're not everyday inconsistencies. They don't take sworn statements from the gentleman in the car. They don't even put him on video. They don't record him. But you know who they did record that night? Sean Atkins. In the same room Tommy Storns, Leland Brunson, and Tevin Thompson were, they record a statement from a guy who saw nothing. And he'll admit, he doesn't know why it happened. He never heard anything. Matter of fact, he says that my client pulled up before the red Durango, which nobody will say. But they want you to believe he's so reliable, you gotta listen to him. The one who's now a 10-time convicted felon. And what Mr. Guy didn't tell you is that he even asked the state if he could get time off his sentence for testifying on behalf of the state of Florida. If he could stay in Jacksonville just a little bit longer and not go back to prison, that would be great. evidence will show that there was motive, bias on the part of the men in the vehicle. Matter of fact, what Mr. Guy didn't tell you is Leland Brunson admitted that Jordan Davis tried to get out of the car. Leland Brunson even said Jordan Davis grabbed that rear handle of the Durango to get out. But you know what happened after that? 4 days later, 4 days later, the sheriff's office goes and checks the Durango. Why would they check the Durango? Because 4 days later, every man in that car said, oh, the child safety locks were on. Jordan Davis couldn't get out. And if you don't know what the child lock is, you pop it on, it's a little lever, and you cannot open the car from the inside. Now, why would they all say that? Leland Brunson had been in that truck one other time. Jordan Davis had been in that truck one other time. They knew Tommy Storms for less than 30 days. And we're driving around town with them. And as Mr. Guy said, the best friend's driving around the back of the SUV. Well, not Mr. Storms' SUV. They didn't even know him. They had just met him. So how would they know?
What does that have to do with anything? They didn't know Mr. Storms. You know? 30 days they'd known Mr. Storms. The man with the red Dodge Durango, very tacky. It wasn't a murder because they didn't know the driver of the SUV.
The child safety locks were on unless they talked to each other and tried to get their stories together. And Mr. Ron Davis, the father of Jordan Davis, will even tell you that within a day or two after this, they were at his house. And that they were still so off on their stories, he believed they were still in shock. Because none of the 3 men's stories made sense or were accurate. Now, what do you think the evidence technicians found when they went to that SUV and looked at the back door? Where do you think those child locks were? They were off. Off. Meaning when Leland Brunson actually admitted that Jordan Davis tried to get out of the car, he was trying to protect his dead friend from the truth. That Jordan Davis threatened Michael Dunn. You're dead, bitch. This is going down now.
Hey, don't say that like that and point at the victim, Mr. Dunn, okay? Do not point at the victim. He's going to have a PTSD episode. You're dead, bitch. This shit's going down now. You're dead, bitch. Do not point at the victim in this case.
With a shotgun barrel sticking out of the window.
With an imaginary, fictional, fantasy shotgun barrel sticking out of the window. Which may have been a balloon. Or stick. Or a feather. Giant feather. Arrgh, you're dead, bitch. We're gonna tickle you to death. Ah!
Or a lead pipe. Whatever it was, it's a deadly weapon. And you'll hear the law from Judge Healy. And you'll rule on that law.
A lead pipe, yeah? Well, here's an idea. Why don't you just close your window and you're in the driver's seat, okay? You have the key. A lead pipe. All right, well, I tell you what. I'm going to close my window, start the engine, and reverse away from the death.
And you'll see the evidence. They can try to show you the forensics, but what they can't do is match the trajectory of Jordan Davis getting out of the car. And it wasn't, as Mr. Guy said, Mr. Davis was leaning over. You know why? You know why we know that's not true, and you'll find out? because Leland Brunson will testify that as they saw Mr. Dunn reach for the gun, everybody in the vehicle ducked. Tommy Storms ducked. Tevin Thompson ducked. Leland Brunson ducked. You know who didn't duck? Jordan Davis. You know why he didn't duck? Because he was getting out of the car with a weapon. After telling Michael Dunn, "You're dead, bitch. This is going down now." You have 4 men against 1. But you know what Jordan Davis didn't realize? The other man.
Or better yet, mind your fucking business and don't tell people what to do. Yeah. This is his theme, though. This is his theme. He would... I get the feeling that he would drive around and practice, right? Excuse me, could you turn that down? I can't hear myself think. My thoughts. They're too quiet. And your music, it's too loud, and it drowns out my thoughts. And I was trying to think of the beautiful day we had, and St. Augustine tomorrow, and my fairly expensive bed and breakfast with my my in-house made sausage and my free-range organic fried eggs and my designer bacon. Oh, that designer bacon. It was voted the best designer bacon in all of St. Augustine. And I can't wait to get there. What else would they have? You know, do we have any Torontonians? Is that the word? Do we have any Torontonians with us today? Because I've had breakfast all over the fucking world. And one of the best, in fact, well, I'd have to go back and try it again to be sure. But at the time, I swore that probably the best breakfast I had ever had was in Toronto. I was like, fuck, this is good. And why? Because it was designer bacon. The best in town. And it was in-house made sausages. Oh. And it was organic free-range fried eggs. Oh. And they had these little baked beans, but with tiny little pearl onions in them. And there was something else going on. I think they were very dark. I think there was a smoky sweetness, little ramekin thing with baked beans in there. Oh, what else? What else did they have? They had the sautéed potatoes. That was good. What else did they have? The Drake breakfast at the Drake Hotel on Queen Street West. Something Queen, I don't know. That was very, very good. Any Torontonians here with us now? Because I want to know if you've had that breakfast too.
Was on. And there's an expression, God all made men equal, or God didn't make all men equal, Colt did. And Colt is a firearm. And that's what happened. And it's tragic. We're not here to change the laws. We're not here to say anybody deserved to lose their life. But under the law, it's justified. And Michael Dunn, after the facts of this case and the law, had every right under the law to not be a victim. To be judged by 12 rather than carried by 6. That's law, and that's justified in the great state of Florida. And you're going to see the inconsistencies. You're going to hear it for yourself. Listen to cross-examination. Listen to what comes out. That the music is so loud, the men can't even hear Jordan Davis yelling at Michael Dunn. But the officers didn't want to put that in their reports because it wouldn't look good. They didn't want to record.
Beans for breakfast. Yeah, Americans are so funny. That's common. In England, that's common. And as we all know, Canada thinks it is England. Somehow. For some reason. I don't know why. Don't. Did they put the fucking king on the money yet? I haven't been in England since the Queen died. So I don't know if they've changed the money in England. What about the colonies? Canada and Australia and where else do they have the monarch on the money? I know that there's a bear on the $2 coin. That was cool.
The men in the truck. Because if they had to change their answers like, oh, the child locks were on, we'd have it. Right? A video lie doesn't lie. An audio doesn't lie on that video. So, of course, why would they...
Yeah, she's in Wisconsin this week, Michelle, but next week it's going to be fucking Arkansas or fucking Colorado or fucking, she just moves around. I think it's all lies. She really lives in Edinburgh, Scotland, where you can also get a good breakfast.
They ask up the ranks to record these men's statements because then they can't change it. Just like they did to his fiancée, Rhonda Rower. They took her sworn testimony, put it on video and audio. Why? She can't change it. Not that she will. The homicide detectives talked to these young men multiple times and never recorded it. Not once. And they had the ability to. And you get to ask yourself why. Every gentleman in that car is going to say he didn't have a weapon, but we know that.
Oh, is Cindy in Arkansas? Wow. So how's that working out? Like, what do you do? What is up with your, what are they called? I don't think it is Highway Patrol. What is it? State Police. What is up with those guys? I was watching some dash cam of some road, car chase. And in Arkansas, the pit maneuver. The pit maneuver, for anybody who doesn't know, is when a cop is coming up behind the vehicle that they're chasing and sideswipes the rear quarter panel to, make it spin and come to a stop. Now, it's a dangerous move, right? You have to do it in a controlled way. And most states have a law that says, okay, do not even attempt this at any speed over 40 miles an hour. Some states it's 30, some states it's 20, right? A lot can go wrong at speed with a pit maneuver. But in Arkansas, they said, no, thank you. No, thank you. We don't need any safety limits. And, it seems a lot of things do go wrong without that benchmark, that safety net of speed. But yeah, Little Rock. Everyone says Little Rock, don't they? What's the other place? Let's look it up. Let's look it up. I didn't even know that they had Doritos in Arkansas. Everything's modern now. Arkansas. The other place in Arkansas that means anything is well, I guess Jonesboro. Or Hot Springs. Oh, are those like real hot springs? Buffalo National River, Ozark National Forest, and Ouachita National Forest, and Petit Jean State Park. Well, that sounds cultured. And what is up with that? Fucking hell, you guys on your eastern flank, the border, that is the windiest. Oh, it's a river, okay. The Mississippi River. Ah, of course, the big one. Yeah, that is the windiest border of any state, I think. Let's just double check Missouri. Yeah, even Missouri, it kind of straightens out. And then what about this guy down here? Louisiana. Even Louisiana. It's only really windy in the north. Yeah, Arkansas has the windiest, craziest eastern flank border of anywhere on the map.
That he did. And Mr. Guy calls it a pocket knife. But when you see it, it's a tactical knife. It's not a Swiss Army knife with a toothpick and a scissor. It's not like when you were a kid, the little brown ones you'd whittle with wood to make little tips on sticks. It's a 4-inch blade with black grooves to put your fingers on when it's open. It is a knife specifically made for self-defense. And not one person in the car either knew that Jordan Davis had that weapon, or they lied to the police about it and didn't want to tell them he had that weapon. There was ample time to get rid of a firearm or pipe or anything of a deadly weapon because they're 100 yards away in a dark parking lot. And with that, wait till you hear when the police went to check. They talked to Mr. Dunn the next day. Heard what he had to say the day after. Right? Next day, next morning. 4 days. 4 days, not an officer checks the parking lot. They don't check the dumpsters. They don't check the roofs. They don't check the bushes. Not even the night. And what you're going to find out is that entire parking lot was exposed to the public. They know that the SUV left the scene because Officer Fortuno was across the street arresting somebody for a DUI. He's the one that called it out and saw the high-profile Durango fleeing the scene.
Michelle is having a surge of guilt. Daphne's from Arkansas too. Well, no wonder you guys are always here. There's nothing else to do. Michelle's worried to have insulted the Arkansas people. It's all right. I do that all the time. I mean, it's with love. I thought that was an acceptable. No need to visit Arkansas, in my opinion. I have never been there and don't plan on going. Yeah. No one plans, Michelle. Some people just end up there.
And even though Officer the first officer on...
And that's only when the boat crashes on the Mississippi, north, somewhere good. And they float down. And then they get stuck in that windy eastern flank. So we got Fayetteville, is that how you say it? Fayetteville. And where is the other one? Where is Sendai? Cindy is in. Daphne's in the Walmart area. Oh, I don't think Cindy told us where she is. That's okay. Maybe she's a very private Arkansasian. What do you call someone from Arkansas? Arkansasian. Well, what would you call someone from Kansas? A Kansai. I don't know. There are words for all these things. I should learn them all.
Scene, knew the SUV left, called it out on everyone's microphone. Not one officer checked the parking lot, checked the bushes, checked the roofs, checked the dumpsters, checked the lakes, nothing. That parking lot wasn't even secure. And how do we know that? Because news channels were already parked there.
Conway.
Thorne's uncle and mother, or aunt, who's now his guardian, was in that parking lot. The boys made phone calls and people came to that parking lot where they left to. There's opportunity to hide that weapon. So keep your mind.
Ah, it's an Arkansan. Thank you. An Arkansan. An Arkansan. Huh.
Open and your ears open. Again, what I say and what Mr. Guy say are not evidence. But you notice much of what I'm saying didn't come out of Mr. Guy's opening statement. Now, Mr. Guy also says that all of these men are now in shock. And his exact words in opening, like everyone else, they were in shock. But why does that standard of fairness not apply to Michael Dunn? He just had somebody threaten his life, display a weapon, try to exit a vehicle and say, "This shit's going down now, bitch." And for the first time in his life, he has to use a firearm to defend himself. And you'll find out he was trained. You'll find out he had a carry concealed weapons permit. And you'll find out he owned that firearm for years and never in his life had to use it until that night. And yet, it's okay for the state's witnesses to be in shock, but not Michael Dunn and not Rhonda Rauer. And you're going to hear from Rhonda Rauer. She's the one that asked for the pizza. She was nervous. She was meeting Mr. Dunn's family for the first time. She didn't eat much at the wedding. She had just been through what everyone will agree to is a traumatic, tragic experience. No one will dispute that. She got the information for the pizza. She wanted to try to put food in her stomach. She's the one that watched the movie to put herself.
I think it's only fair that we do a expert witness for Rhonda Rauer. We need to get a genuine, we need to fly someone in from Naples, and ask them, listen, is there any part of you that believes that Rhonda Rauer eats pizza ever? Because she does not look like the type. She looks like if you were ordering pizza, Michael Dunn, then she would order the garden salad parmesan. Or the Caesar salad with a light dressing. She looks like all she eats is salad, and the closest thing she comes to bread is those little croutons that they give you sometimes. You know. She looks entirely gluten-free.
Sleep. And you're gonna hear.
Yeah, no, she was so stressed and her stomach was in knots. So I suggested that she eat a pizza. Eat a big, greasy, spicy, salty, you know, doughy meal. You know, the only thing that could have possibly been worse than that choice for settling your stomach is if the pizza had not quite cooked all the way through and some of the dough of the bread of the pizza base was still, you know, what do you call it? Raw, I guess. Yeah. Because that'll make you have twisted knots in your stomach even when you're not under this enormous amount of anxiety that you caused, Michael Dunn, when you sent death into the red Dodge Durango Veritaki.
Hear from her, take that sleep. And you're gonna hear.
I just don't believe it at all. This is what I believe, right? He went to the room, and he'll do this big thing about like, hey, we were traumatized, so I decided that to pour us both a stiff rum and coke, 3 fingers. Michael, I know from looking at you that you would have done that anyway, as well as drink all day at the wedding. You know? You didn't need to have just sent death into the red Dodge Durango Veritaki and then deal with the subsequent anxiety caused to yourself and to Rhonda Rauer, but to be convinced to get back to the hotel room and pour yourself a 3-finger stiff rum and coke. You know, that was your thing. That was why you brought your own booze to the room. And you certainly didn't need any help from the anxiety that ensued from the point at which you sent death into the red Dodge Durango Veritaki to be convinced to order a pizza when you got back. You know why? You know how I know that? Because that's your favorite meal. I wonder, right? How about this for an experiment? If we go to the corner of Southside and Bay Meadows in Jacksonville, maps, Bay Meadows, it's a really fucking long road though, Bay Meadows, Jacksonville. Okay, show me the meadow. Show me the meadow. Go. Show me the meadow or the bay. Why is it not zooming in? Hey. Okay, that's frozen. Okay, fuck off. Let's go to the wiretaps. Let's go to the maps. Bay Meadows. Okay, now we have it. So where is Southside? Well, in the south, I suppose. Yeah. Uh-huh. Is that it? No, that can't be it. J. Turner Butler Boulevard. Why would you ever call a road that? Okay, here we go. Corner of Southside. There's the Gate gas station. So can we go there? Let's try and put this on the screen. Oh. Oh. Boom. Okay, so is this going to work on the maps? Let's close that puppy down. So yeah, overall Jacksonville. So if we go, let's have a look at the Gate gas station where it all occurred, right? So I think he would have been coming north on Southside Boulevard. Where's that little guy here? Ah, look. Yeah, so this is it. So the red Dodge Durango Very Tacky would have been parked here or here, okay? And Michael Dunn in the black Volkswagen Jetta would have been parked here, or, next to it. I think here. And Michael Dunn always counts it as a very big win when he manages to snag the space that is right next to the fucking door, even when he's not even getting out of the car. When his giant potato body is still sitting in the car and he sends in his woman. And he counts that as a gentlemanly good deed, a kindness. When I sent her into the store, I made sure that I got the closest space to the door because I'm a gentleman. Fuck off. Just everything about this guy is such, it's just one giant red flag all over the place. I'm so pleased for Rhonda Rauer that she did not marry this guy, And I hope she's got some therapy to help her understand why she made such a fucking horrible choice in thinking that was a good idea. So now I want to go to the... is this on the screen, by the way? I hope it is. Yes. Good. Now I want to go to the hotel. Because what I want to do is I want to see what kind of pizza joints are around the hotel that could have reasonably been called to deliver. Now, I know that this was 13 years ago, but how do we get out of... No. I want to go big on the map. Yes. Okay. So we need to travel west. Now, where is it? Because the hotel has changed names since. I can't zoom in. Oh, yeah, here we go. What was it? It was it a Holiday Inn? What do you put after Holiday Inn to, you know what I mean, when they, Holiday Inn budget or something? Holiday Inn. Was it a Holiday Inn or was it a Hilton, one of those Hiltons that's not really a Hilton? Maybe Google will help us. What was Michael Dunn's hotel? Yeah, near Jacksonville. Thank you. Great. I don't know about this AI, I think it's made everything worse. Here we go. Was that it? really want to find it. Oh, we got lost again. Fuck. Holiday Inn Express. I think that could be it. Is that on... I'll know it when I see it. Oh, that's on the... starting to take up too much time with the maps. I think it was just straight down Bay Meadows, which would be Bay Meadows Way, Timothy Maynard. I'm lost. I'm completely lost. All right, we'll come back to the hotel. All right, just one more look. Is this it? Where the fuck is Bay Meadows gone? Beach Boulevard. Right, it doesn't matter. I'm completely lost. Sorry.
That this evening was so traumatic for her that she sought mental health counseling and is now on prescription medication. And you're going to hear her tell you that they did make a drink back at the hotel room, that they were shaking, that she had never seen Michael so upset, not angry, not violent, not abusive. In fact, Rhonda Rauer's going to tell you that he was so attentive to make sure she was okay. She had to step outside the room to get air because he wouldn't stop touching her, talking to her, making sure she's okay. And she said, I've never seen him in that state before. She's never been in that state before. And they didn't go walk their dog. They had a small puppy that they brought to the hotel. The only reason they stayed at that hotel was it was pet friendly. Matter of fact, Michael Dunn left his son's wedding early so they could go get the puppy, so that it could pee or poop or go outside. Mr. Dunn didn't put the dog on a leash. He didn't walk it around the neighborhood. There's a spot right downstairs from the elevator that's actually on cement. And Miss Rauer's going to tell you, you go right around the corner to the back of the hotel, the dogs go, you pick it up, and you go right back up, and that's what Michael Dunn did. But further, the reason they left Jackson, Rhonda Rauer will tell you, as she told the detectives just the next day, and a couple days after that, she was the one that panicked so much that she begged Michael, we have to go home right now. We have to go back to Satellite Beach right now. And Miss Rhonda is not really familiar with guns. She didn't know the law of self-defense. She thought you fire a gun, somebody dies, you go to jail. And Miss Rauer was petrified. And she told the homicide detectives, it wasn't Michael. It was me. I made him take me home. I wanted to situate my things, get the dog together, because she believed she was going to jail. And if the state plays you her video, you'll even hear her say that to Detective Musser, and he even says, no, you're okay. Even well after the incident, she was still that panicked. And yet, Mr. Guy didn't bring that up on opening statement. So listen to that witness stand. Don't just listen to one side, listen to both. You make that decision. You're the instant replay in this case. And for Michael Dunn, you're all he has. Because nobody in law enforcement cared what he had to say. Nobody in law enforcement wanted to hear what he had to say. They just wanted to give you their own version of what happened. And you're going to hear that on the night this happened, Miss Wolfson was present.
Deerwood Park Boulevard, that sounds right. Cindy. Sheraton, that also sounds right. Cindy, you're some stiff competition for Our Lady of Information, Christina. This is what I expect from you, Christina. An address, numbered. Oh, excellent work, Cindy. That all sounds right. All sounds exactly right. I couldn't see the chat while I was looking at the map because I have to make the map big. But thank you. That is good.
You're going to hear from the homicide detectives that Miss Wolfson has the ultimate authority to record witnesses. That Miss Wolfson in the state attorney's office trumps their procedure, their policy, their assistant chief.
Hey.
You're going to see Miss Wolfson take one sworn statement that night. One video. Sean Atkins, a convicted felon who wanted benefit for his testimony, who saw nothing. And on the night he talked to police, he...
Oh my God, this is ridiculously sad. Sean Atkins, the guy he's talking about, right? He'd had a rough time of it. He stole some gold from his family, you know, a couple of necklaces or rings or something to pawn because I don't know, he needed some cash. And his family turned him in to the cops. And he got a ridiculously long sentence from what I know of the crime, because everything was consecutive. It wasn't that big of a deal. He stole a few pieces of jewelry from his own family to pawn because he needed some cash. I'd wager someone has probably had that happen to them in the chat. I don't know, maybe. It's not exactly like a murder. He's in jail for longer than some murderers. It's a very, very harsh penalty from what I know of the crime, from what I've heard of the crime. And the kid, he's like, fucking hell, man, so tiny. And he comes into trial, right? And you can just tell he's got resting rape victim face, right? He is getting pounded in that jail, right? I mean, just brutally by the looks of it, because he's just this shaking, scared leaf. And yeah, I get it. He's fucking desperate to get out of that situation. And he is telling the truth. He was a hero in this case. At the time, he was sleeping in his truck with his girlfriend, and he went in to use the bathroom in the gate gas station. So he didn't see anything. But when he came out, I might be remembering this correctly. When he came out, he's the one that got the license plate, right? And because he was on probation or something, or there was a curfew, he wasn't supposed to be out or something like that, he didn't want to stick around for the cops, but he did make a point of clocking the license plate, writing it down, and going in to hand it to the cashier, one of the cashiers, right? That's how they got the license plate. Nobody else saw it. That's how Detective Musser and Detective the black one, they knew that they need to find Michael Dunn. Because this kid who's now getting his fucking rectum opened every day did that. I mean, I think he deserves a deal, especially as his sentence was ridiculous anyway, you know. But now Mr. Stroller's going to make it out like he was a criminal. He doesn't know anything. He didn't see. He's a core hero of the case. That's widely accepted, you know.
Even said it looked like Michael.
Give him something. At least move him to a place where he could not be raped multiple times a day. That'd be fair, wouldn't it? You know.
Dunn was shooting at the ground to scare the car off. Now, my final points on opening with the evidence. You're going to hear from their experts. Their experts. People that work with law enforcement, including the medical examiner. And listen very closely. Listen to what she testifies to. Because her testimony has got to be consistent with the evidence. Not just the organs that she worked on. She's a doctor. She's a medical doctor that works for autopsies for the state attorney's office when it comes to homicides. You're going to find out that this was a second career for her. She was a graphic designer, and then at some point in her life decided, I'm interested in forensics. I'm going to go to a medical school specifically to become a medical examiner. And based on what Mr. Guy said, this doctor, with her expert opinion, is going to tell you that Mr. Davis was sitting down and now leaning. And that's why the trajectory the way that it was. Doesn't make sense. Why? Because Leland Brunson already testified before she formed her opinion that everybody ducked except Jordan Davis. He even tried to grab Jordan Davis and pull him down. And Leland Brunson's going to testify that Mr. Davis was allegedly sitting down, feet forward, left arm up on the back chair, right arm up, making hand gestures, yelling at Michael Dunn.
Yeah. Brian's got it right. This attorney is a douchebag. You see, that's the kind of... I think Michelle's been rubbing off on Brian because that's the sort of just straight to the point, no need to embellish statement that we often see from Michelle. What was the one the other day? It was so great. It was... I forget who it was. I forget what the statement was. She'll say another one in a minute, for sure. Or is she gone? No, she's there. She's there.
When the shots went off. And that everybody ducked but him.
Yeah. A Deutsche bag. A Deutsche Telekom bag. Deutsche Bank. A Deutsche bag. Was that right? Now I'm doubting my own spelling. Yeah, it wasn't anything major, Michelle. It's just I just love it when it's just straight to the point. You know, because many other people, which is fine, many other people will say, you know, I think this because of this, or in light of this, but you don't have time for any of that. You know, it's just like, no, he's a dick. And you just leave it at that. It's brilliant. It works. It works. Michelle for president.
Now, if the entrance came from the side and went straight through, we already know Mr. Dunn's on a vertical angle. Mr. Dunn is not next to the back passenger door. Mr. Dunn is at a lowered Volkswagen car to a high-profile SUV. So unless the state can prove the JFK magic bullet theory, Dr. Simon's testimony won't match up to their own witnesses. And 3 bullets did go through. You're going to hear that audio. It wasn't slow and methodical. There was no premeditated design. You're going to hear bang, 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 bang. That quick. And that's as Mr. Davis was getting out of the car to try to kill or hurt with a deadly weapon Michael Dunn. They back out behind him, right behind Mr. Dunn's car. Mr. Dunn puts his gun out the window with his door open, and as they drive away, doesn't want fire back, because now they've got a perfect shot at the back of Mr. Dunn's head. And he puts 2 bullets low into the car, and as you can see, the bullets go up. And you'll hear it. Bang, bang, bang. Quick. No longer.
Yeah, that was it. That was it, Michelle. But it's not an isolated incident. I notice it all the time. I'm waiting for the next. Maybe I shouldn't have said it. I've ruined the spontaneity. Forget I said anything, Michelle. Just do what you do. Keep doing what you do.
Long pause. And the evidence will not show that Mr. Dunn went after that vehicle, tried to chase them down,
Oh, shit.
tried to follow them and shoot them. He had extra rounds in the gun. When they found the gun, the evidence technicians in Brevard County are going to tell you. It's a 15-round clip. 10 shots were fired. 5 are still in the gun. Well, what does that tell you if you know about weapons? A bullet was never chambered in Michael Dunn's gun. He had to actually pull the slide to fire the first round. So Mr. Dunn wasn't lying in wait, waiting to shoot somebody listening to thug music. He didn't have a bullet in the chamber ready to shoot someone at a moment's notice. It was a safely loaded firearm 2 steps away from his vehicle, in a holster, in a glove box. And he never reached for it, not even when my client first sees the weapon.
I can't believe I
Not
missed that.
until Jordan Davis gets out of the car with that weapon and says, "You're dead, bitch. This is going down now." That's when he reaches for it.
9 minutes.
You're also going to find out that there was an extra clip in his glove box. So not only did Michael Dunn have 5 more bullets ready to be fired at a moment's notice, and he doesn't unload the clip to the men in the car. He doesn't chase them down. He grabs his fiancée and gets back to the safety of his hotel. And in a panic, for the first time in his life, has no idea what to do. Rhonda Rauer has no idea what to do. But he still has the extra clip, an extra 15 rounds in the glove box that he never reaches for. He never even tries to take it out of the car. If this was a premeditated design murder, a premeditated design attempt murder, when Mr. Dunn fled Duval County because he knew he murdered someone with the intent and maliciousness to convict someone of that charge, he goes home. He doesn't go to an airport, and you're going to find out he has the ability to fly a plane. He had a pilot's license. He had a reservation at another hotel in St. Augustine. He could have gone somewhere too high, but he went home. He could have never answered the cell phone or talked to the homicide detectives on the phone.
Mute. Okay, Christina. Yeah, we can hear some testimonies. There's just 2 minutes left, so we might as well just let it wrap up. I thought maybe next we would go to the neighbor, actually, because the neighbor's very well. It's an interview that happened outside of trial, so it's context about the kind of man that Michael Dunn is from a person that knew him on a semi-personal level, right? Very, very bad image that he paints. And no, the reason that I was upset with the 9 minutes thing is because I missed the withdraw on the fucking buymeacoffee.com you know, it's midnight on midnight on Tuesdays. I have to hit it, and it was just a little late. So now we will only get $67 on Friday. Oh God, that was really, and that's for the whole next week. Shit. You see, I need to set a fucking alarm for that. I'm usually really good at not missing it, but I missed it. So yeah, that's where we are. You know, usually it wouldn't be such a big deal, but things have been so fucking tight lately that I really didn't want to miss that. But there's nothing we can do, and we just gotta move on with a smile.
Could have hung up and said, "We gotta get out of here. They know it's us." And they don't.
Yeah, Christina, we'll also have a look at the Rhonda interview as well, because she was interviewed by the same detectives on the same day as Michael Dunn's interrogation. I think it was the same day. It was the same day or near enough.
You know where Michael Dunn goes? When they get home, because it takes 2.5 hours to get home, he goes to his neighbor's house, who's a federal law enforcement officer.
Boom. The Maria Gabriel has a birthday. I'm dozing with y'all to the podcast after a lovely day. Happy birthday, Maria. You know, alles Gute zum Geburtstag. Very nice. Yeah, no, that's wonderful. And we hope you have a great Montana birthday. And happy birthday.
Up north. Spends time down here in the same neighborhood as Michael. Mr. Dunn goes there and says to him, "Hey, I need to talk to the police. Would you mind going with me and walk me in there?"
Huh? Look at how intently he's watching. Is this working? Are they buying this? All these virtual reality and AI scenarios that they have now and all that shit. I want someone to make a game or a an experience where I can be a defendant for murder or a suspect for murder that's being interrogated. I want to know how I would do, without the obvious consequences of actually being a suspect or defendant for murder. I wouldn't be sitting like that, I can tell you. But how would I sit? I don't know. I guess you never really know, and we hope we never have to find out, I guess.
Brandy gets on the phone with 911 to talk to Brevard County.
I'd also like to have a go at just being the detective, doing the... I can tell you that Wendy Adelson would have not been going anywhere, okay? At all.
Why? Because Michael Dunn is now safely at home with law enforcement he knows and trusts and is ready to go talk to them. And while this happens, he gets the phone call to come outside. Does he run? Does he flee? Does he come out firing? No. He cooperates. He walks outside with his hands up, gets on the ground, with AR-15s pointed at him nonetheless, and then proceeds to fully cooperate with homicide detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Not only does he fully cooperate, Detective Oliver, one of the homicide detectives who's in the recorded room with Mr. Dunn, even will testify, no signs of deception. And he's been trained, Detective Oliver has training if someone's trying to deceive them or lie to them. And Detective Oliver will tell you, Mr. Dunn showed no signs of deception when telling him what happened the night before, why he shot the gun,
Detective
why
Oliver,
he went
that's
to
it.
the hotel,
The black
and why he came to
detective.
Jackson.
No signs of deception.
And Mr. Dunn is extremely confident that if you do keep an open mind, do not let sympathy or anger or bias creep into that decision. Be bound by your duty as a juror and bound the jurors next to you to do the same. The facts of this case, with the law, there's only one just and lawful verdict, and that verdict will be not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strolla. The state can call their first witness.
Your Honor, while they're doing that, may I please offer into evidence states, photographs 1 through 160.
Let's go to the neighbor. Let's go to Mr. Hendricks. Mr. Hendricks. Jimmy. Charles.
My name is Charles Oliver Hendricks, Jr. I bought a home in Port St. Lucie, Florida.
Okay, this is Michael Dunn's previous neighbor, and he's going to tell us all about his experience with Michael Dunn, right? And this is earth-shattering, okay? Strap in, because you want to hear what this guy says.
And he owned the home directly next door to me. Looking at my home, he would have been to my left. That's where I first met Michael Dunn. So I lived next door to him for 8 years.
Okay.
He had a really arrogant attitude about him, like...
8 years a neighbor. That's, even if you're not particularly neighborly, that's still enough time to build up an image, right? And he does look like a porch sitter, Mr. Hendricks, doesn't he? I can tell because he's now sitting on his porch.
He was smarter than everybody else. I found that
Porch sitter with a fresh cup of drip.
not only annoying, but quite amusing, because I didn't find him as near as intelligent as he thought he was. He knew about computers, but he didn't appear to know a lot about interpersonal relationships and how to get along with people. That was just my perception. He had an air where He was light and friendly and he laughed, but if you disagreed with him, he would get boisterous and try to be overbearing and try to intimidate people with his size and his voice. And he appeared to me to be very...
Try to intimidate people with his size and his voice, okay? Overbearing. Can you turn that down? I can't hear myself think!
very selfish, and there wasn't much that he wouldn't do to get what he wanted or get his way. Very arrogant. Most of what I know about Michael Dunn comes from his wives. As I said, he was married to a foreign national, Sarah. She was from Mexico. The next wife he had was another foreign national from...
Hang on. Now we get on to the wives. Now this is where we learn how Michael Dunn thinks about and treats women, specifically those closest to him in his life. Now remember, we have strongly earmarked Michael Dunn as a racist, anti-immigration, full whites only deal, in that kind of neo-racist way of adapting those ideologies into something that he perceives to be acceptable in normal, average, everyday, modern society, right? We don't call them quote-unquote niggers, we call them thugs, right? And that's the shift. That's the shift. We can't say quote-unquote niggers anymore, so we have to say thugs. But we really know that what he really means is black people, right? That's 100% the kind of neo-racial translation of what he perceives to be now and current acceptable in modern society.
Or get his way. Very arrogant. Most of what I know about Michael Dunn comes from his wives. As I said, he was married to a foreign national, Sarah. She was from Mexico. The next wife he had was another foreign national from Colombia, and her name was...
2 foreign national wives. Now, I know what you're saying. You're going to say, hey, Metrix, if he's such a racist, why is he marrying all these foreign nationals? Well, I'll tell you, because that's the what do you call it? It's easier for him to position himself above them, right? And that's what he really loves to do. He doesn't want a relationship with an equal party, or, God forbid, someone better than he is, in his eyes, like that person would exist. There is no one better than Michael Dunn. So yeah, he'll marry a foreign national so he can feel above them and possibly have something to hold over them. You want to get deported? You want to go back to your country? All it takes is one call. How many times do you think he said something like that, huh?
Clara. And at different times through these relationships with these
Sarah
women,
and
they
Clara.
would come to my house crying, claiming that they were scared to death of this individual, that he had put a gun to their head, that he had threatened to take their children away from them. They both had children. And he had threatened to have them deported if they didn't do exactly as he said, and that he would keep the kids, that they'd never...
Okay, here's an idea for some kind of gun reform, right? If you ever put a gun to your wife's head as a threat, your gun rights are pulled immediately. Right? No more gun for you. If you take a fucking loaded, or I don't even care if it's loaded. If you take a functional weapon and put it to someone's head, especially your wife, as a threat, we're pulling your fucking gun rights. Okay? You could have had a gun if you didn't do that, but now you've done that, and no more rights for you. No more gun. We're taking your gun. You know, if you're a felon, right? And a felony can be a pretty fucking minor, non-violent charge, right? Like, I don't know. There's traffic violations. There's drug possessions. That are nothing to do with guns or violence or killing people or whatever. And if you're a felon, your gun rights are immediately pulled. No more gun for you, right? So what would be the problem in saying if you threaten someone, your wife, by putting a gun to their head and demanding their compliance, we're pulling your gun. No more gun. I feel that would make a lot of sense.
Or see their kids again, that type of thing. Now, as I said, the women came to my home and told me these things. I didn't go to their home. I didn't solicit these comments from these women.
You want to see your kids again? Yeah, good luck seeing your kids from El Salvador.
And the second wife that he had a child, a male child, probably about 10 or 11 years old. And he was terrified of this guy. And he used to come to my house and hang out at my house just so he wouldn't be there. He was, in terms of what some people would call an effeminate type male, very happy child most of the time. He was more interested in laughing and having a good time than being serious, and Michael Dunn didn't appear to like that. He wanted this kid to be like him, and and when the kids started coming to my house and telling me how afraid he was.
So that Michael is the, sorry, not Michael. He's Michael. What's the boy's name? Let's go back a second. We want to get everything this guy says.
He was, in terms of what some people would call an effeminate type male, very happy child most of the time. He was more interested in laughing and having a good time than being serious, and Michael Dunn didn't appear to like that. He wanted this kid to be like him, and and when the kids started coming to my house and telling me how afraid he was, I started to have issues with Michael Dunn.
I mean, did you see
So that kid is the kid that was getting married on the day of the murder.
signs of physical abuse, or was it just psychological torment?
Well, I had seen swollen lips and a bruised face on Clara, on Sarah. I'm sorry, the first wife that I knew that he had while I was living next door to him. And she had come to me crying one day, saying that they'd had a real bad fight about drugs, and he had threatened to blow her brains out. And I asked her, I said, "Well, where's the gun?" And she told me where the gun was. So I went in his home and I took his gun, and I brought it over to my house and I hid it. And I told her, when you feel like you're safe, you let me know and I'll give it back. But until you let me know that you're no longer worried about him hurting you, this gun stays here.
How did that work?
I kept the gun probably a couple of weeks, and then she finally came to me and said that she was afraid he was going to find out his gun wasn't there anymore. Would I put it back? So I did. I wasn't real comfortable with that, but I did. I regret giving that gun back now. The second wife had said the same thing, that he had put the gun to her head and that she was terrified of him. She didn't know what she was going to do. He was threatening to have her deported if she didn't do what he told her to do. One of the incidents that she relayed to both my wife and myself was that he had forced her to go to a sex club in Fort Lauderdale and participate in some activities of this club that she really didn't want to do. But again,
Get in the glory hole. You want to go back to your country? Get in the hole. I want to watch. All it takes is one call. Yeah. You use your mouth enough when you're fucking phoning your relatives on our home phone, talking to them in Esperanto.
it was one of those things where she was so afraid of this guy, she was going to do whatever she...
I wonder if Charlie Adelson went to the same sex club in Fort Lauderdale. It's probably a bunch, right? Or the Gourmet Swingers. Beef cheeks and clamfish and corn dog.
she did to protect her son. He, like a lot of people, smoked marijuana. Occasionally he did cocaine. This I know for a fact. I've seen him snort cocaine. And she had taken his pot and hid it from him.
I've seen him snort cocaine.
One day, and he went ballistic.
You know, if you already have a predisposition to be an arrogant, violent, gun-threatening, racist asshole, cocaine's not for you. I mean, you know, just move on to something like what would be the best drug for an arrogant, racist, gun-threatening, sexist pig? I can think of a couple.
At one point through this relationship with Michael Dunn, his software company was involved in a legal dispute with a gentleman out of Vero Beach by the name of Greg Walker. And,
Greg Walker.
they were going through some sort of litigation, and they were being sued, and they were countersuing or something. I'm not certain all of the legal stuff. But apparently this guy, Greg Walker, was... they were afraid that they were going to lose this case, and one incident that really bothered me and I didn't know what to do was him approaching me in front of another guy and saying, you know, this guy, Greg Walker, he's got to go. You know anybody that will take care of him for me? And I respond, what do you mean, take care of him? You want him beat up, what? And he said, no, I want him dead. The guy's a liar, blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, I don't know anybody, and I'm really am not interested in this conversation. My alarms went up then, and I said, you know, this guy's not right in the head. This is about a legal...
Yeah, there's a lot of indicators, aren't there? So should we just collect these? What do we have so far? He's marrying foreign nationals, seemingly for the express purpose of ensuring that he is ever above them in terms of caste, really, if you want to go that far, right? So he's above them in terms of caste, and he can threaten them with deportation if they don't go to the sex clubs and get in the fucking glory hole. And he wants Greg Walker to be murdered, and asks Charles Hendricks here if he knows anybody that can, make that happen. It's a pity while he was in Fort Lauderdale, he didn't just meet up with the Adelsons, and maybe they could have got a, buy one, get the other one half price deal with the Latin Kings. Oh. It's really not that far away in time. I mean, I guess this Greg Walker murder would have been quite a bit before 2014. What else do we have? Threatening his wives with a gun to their head. That's an indicator. A flag. A maroon flag. Didn't really enjoy that his son was happy. Anything else? Not yet, but there's more coming.
No problem, and he wants some guy knocked off, and he's asking me to, do I know anybody that will do a hit, or will I do a hit on somebody? And I don't know where that came from. He knew about my history of being violent. He had heard some stories about me getting into a couple of confrontations in bars, and how I had managed to beat the crap out of several people at one time. So I guess he thought that lent to me being a friend of his, that I would do something like that for him. I'm not certain where it came from, but I wasn't interested.
I'd like to see that, Charles. I mean, I believe him. Charles looks like he was born with bare knuckles. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, doesn't he look like the kind of guy that used to be an old hat in the neighborhood? The kind of guy that doesn't need a law to tell him to stand his ground. It's just in his DNA.
Isn't anything like that, but I notified the Port St. Lucie Police Department that somebody had solicited me to do a hit on somebody from Vero Beach, and they seemed completely disinterested. His father was working on a sailboat, a double pontoon type sailboat, and he had his hand down inside of the hull of this thing holding up some wires, and his father was drilling a hole through it. And the drill went through the fiberglass a little bit too quickly, and it hit his hand. It messed up one of his fingers. He ended up having surgery and going through all of this crap. And he had gone to his doctor, and he had told his doctor that his hand got hurt helping his dad work on a boat. Well, the next time he went to the doctor, they had come up with a scheme to get insurance coverage through the homeowner's insurance. And he told the doctor, no, it wasn't a boat. It was a bolt. I was helping him work on a deadbolt. And then they filed a claim through his father's homeowner's insurance and got a settlement. And he laughed about that. He thought that was really funny, that he had screwed the insurance company out of $30,000. There was another incident where he was working for the Psychic Readers Network. I believe that's what it was called at the time when they were first organizing.
Hey, I'll give him that one. I mean, fuck it, if you can fuck with an insurance company, go for it. You're talking about a system that is built to fuck you every way they can, right? Yeah, I got no sympathy for the insurance company.
And he was setting up, he was their head computer guy, buying all this equipment from various vendors, to set up all of this equipment that could track all of the phone calls and time how long people were on with the different psychics, and network all of the psychics across the country so that they could be billed and charged. And he set up a, what from my understanding was a pretty extensive network for this company of a lot of computers. But he would buy the equipment from the vendors, and he would get rebates for buying this equipment. You know, hundreds of hard drives, motherboards, cases, etc. He would get rebates. And instead of turning those rebates back to the company that he was working for, the people he was working for, he would have these suppliers of these computer parts send the rebates in the names of his daughters and his wife and him, and then he would cash them. And he laughed about that. And I'm talking a lot of money. I'm not talking, you know, $30 or $40. That sometimes he would have 40 or 50 checks that were $40 or $50. And,
How did you learn about that? Like, would he brag about?
he bragged about it. He bragged about how smart he was and how he was screwing over these people he was working for. And he was making all of this money on these rebates. He had a falling out with his parents. He worked for his parents at Dunn Computing, or Dunn Solutions, whatever it was called at the time. And he had a falling out with them about the way the company was going.
Mm-hmm.
So he was let go by his parents. And they agreed to pay him his salary until he found another job.
We're going to pay you your salary, which I don't think would have been, you know, a low basic, right? I think Dunn Computers, I think he would have been on quite a good salary working for his dad. And then they said, well, you know, we disagree about the company. So we want you to go, but we'll pay you your full salary until you get another job. And guess what?
They agreed to pay his salary for 6 months.
Up
He
to
was not
6
at work
months.
2 weeks when he went to work for the Psychic Readers Network, these people that were doing the psychic bullshit.
Psychic Readers Network. Okay. I'd forgotten about that. What, like with a crystal ball?
And he never told his parents. So after 6 months, they stopped paying him. But you know, I mean, here's a guy that's going to screw his parents, take $1,000 a week from his parents, from their business.
$4,000 a month in 2012. Well, that's not bad. It's not bad. Pretty good. $50,000 a year after tax, probably. So, yeah, I'm guessing he's not a big fan of tax.
While he was working for somebody else and never tell him. He thought that was pretty funny too, how he was screwing over his dad. So that's the type of person he was. So I had as little to do with Michael Dunn as I could. He was my next door neighbor. So I had to acknowledge his existence, but he wasn't my type of person. When we would have disagreements about politics or whatever, inevitably,
Yeah, so the witnesses that we want to cover, yes, we do want to cover the three boys that were in the red Dodge Durango, very tacky. Also, there's several interesting witnesses that were at the scene. Witness 7 is a really good one. That guy that's getting ass fucked, the kid, the rape victim that wants a deal but might not get one. We want to look at him because that's horrifying. there's several others. The lifeguard that was there to help, and then Detective Musser, Rhonda Rauer, and then we got to do Rhonda's interview as well, and then and jailhouse calls. We've got a bunch of those to get through, and then closing arguments, and then we're done. So 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
He would
Hopefully
end
not that long.
up jumping up and standing up and, marching around like, he wanted to beat the world's butt. And he would get really loud.
Hey, we've also got Michael Dunn taking the stand himself again in his second trial, which I think was even better than it was previously, and he's got a different attorney. He's got a different attorney. There's no more Mr. Stroller, and his attorney is better actually. Yeah, she's interesting to watch. So all to look forward to, all to play for.
And I would just look at him,
But if you want to support that, if you want to support the channel, head on over to the paypal.com paypal.me/True Crime Metrix. Link in the description to support the channel, or with coffees, or with super chats. That is appreciated.
You're crazy, dude. There were people coming and going from his house, but a lot of times they were hookers. And he used to brag about that too. Well, I never got that, but yeah, he would have hookers come to his house when the women weren't there. I never got it.
Do you think Dalia Dippolito ever came to his house? How far is Port St. Lucie from Boynton Beach? Where's our Florida expert? Brian, how far is Port St. Lucie from Boynton Beach?
Time that he talked about putting a hit on that other guy. When was that? I mean, I know you don't know dates and all, but over the 8 years, about when was that? Early, middle, late?
Yeah, it was a couple of years after I had moved there. I'm going to say in the probably 99, 2000, somewhere around there.
Over a business dispute.
Yes. Now, one of the things that occurred that
99, 2000, so that's quite a time ago.
that to this day will bother me was there were several people that worked for Dunn Computing Solutions.
Pre-November the 9th.
Coming up on Thanksgiving, and they were going to be taking the day off before Thanksgiving or something.
No, the 9th of November.
And the owners had said they weren't going to pay the employees for the day prior to Thanksgiving or Thanksgiving, that they weren't working, they weren't going to be getting paid. One of the people that I ended up becoming friends with that I met through Michael Dunn, quite frankly, stood up for the employees and said, hey, this isn't right. You can't be doing this. So they fired a lot of them, to include the guy that stood up for the employees. Well, the guy that got fired by Dunn Computing, he started his own company with another former employee. And they were sued by Dunn for copyright infringement or something. And they're still suffering from that. That was the way they operated. And it was like he had learned from his father to screw anybody you can and don't worry about it. And I found that extremely offensive, the way they treated their employees. That's the type of person Michael Dunn was. He didn't care who he screwed as long as he was making a buck. I think that there's entirely too many people in this country that are getting killed needlessly because people that should never, ever get their hands on guns are able to get them. And Michael Dunn is one of those people. I believe that if he had been subjected to some sort of psychological evaluation, or they had really done a background investigation on him to find out his propensity to be violent and a bully, that possibly, not 100%, but possibly he would have never gotten his hands on a weapon. Did I ever hear him say that he wanted to shoot somebody? Not directly, but there were several times where he made comments that, I can't wait for somebody to try something with me when I have my gun. You know, I'm the type of person, that's the last thing I want to be contemplating. You know, I don't want to have a confrontation with somebody while I have a gun. Anybody that does, they're predisposed, in my opinion, to kill somebody. If you're looking for a confrontation just because you have a gun, there's no question in my mind that people that are looking for problems when they have a gun, someday are going to find it. And when I heard about this incident with Michael Dunn, I said, there you go. I knew it. Sooner or later, he's going to kill somebody. I had said that to my wife. I had said it to my daughter. Sooner or later, this guy is going to kill somebody. He thinks that a gun makes him safe and makes him all powerful. And that was the attitude that he had. When he talked about his gun, it was like it was his best friend and that he could overcome the world with his freaking 9mm. The mentality just... His mentality towards guns didn't correlate with his intellect when it came to computers. It was like, what's wrong with this guy? You know, they say you keep your enemies close. Well, I kept my eye on Michael Dunn because I didn't trust him. I flat didn't trust him. I didn't know what he was capable of. And, I had an inkling of what he was capable of, and I wasn't going to be a victim. So I kept my eye on him. And I heard about
Fair enough. Fair enough.
on the TV that a youth had been shot over loud music, and I looked into it because I'm concerned with gun violence in this country. And when I saw it was Michael Dunn, I said, there you go. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen sooner or later. And my instant reaction was, he had tried to...
Florida expert. Good job. Good job. About an hour and a half. So not much. Not much at all. Now I really want to know, where is Port St. Lucie, because I don't know that one. Let's go to the maps. Port St. Lucie. Ah. Right. West Palm, Jupiter, St. Lucie. Might be less than an hour and a half. There's Boynton Beach. Yeah, that's good. That's good, good, good. And then Satellite Beach is about the same distance again. And then St. Augustine. Gotta head on over to Sarasota sometime. And Clearwater. I want to spend some time in Hillsborough County. Hillsborough County. We've got to go and see Judge Sabella running the show on Trevor Summers. Did we already do Trevor Summers, or did I dream that? I don't think we've done it. We need to do it.
Tell somebody what to do and they didn't comply. Because that's the type of personality he had. By God, you're going to do what I tell you to do. And I could see this scenario playing down where somebody had said, no, I'm not going to do what you told me to do. And him first getting loud and then, you know, trying to exhibit his physical presence by getting out of the car and showing people how big I am. And then when that still didn't work, I could see him pulling out a gun and shooting somebody just because they had defied him. That was his personality. You're going to do what I tell you, or I'm going to make you miserable. I don't think that he called the police because he knew he was wrong, quite frankly. He knew he was wrong, and he figured, well, I'll take the chance that I'm going to get away with it. I'll take the chance that nobody saw anything. Once it hit the news that they had a description of the vehicle, he knew he was going to get caught, so of course he's going to turn himself in. I believe that when he left...
I'll take a chance. maybe no one will saw me outside this gas station in a major city at rush hour or just after, in a car that's registered to my name and address. I'll take that chance.
He thought that he was going to get away with it, and that if somebody hadn't gotten the description of the vehicle and license number, he would have never come forward. There's no question he would have never come forward and say, hey, you know, I didn't mean for this to happen, but it happened. There's no way. I run over a squirrel on the road and I feel guilty for days. Now how somebody
Fucking A.
could load a gun into a car and then go eat pizza is beyond me. I just don't get that. He believed, in my opinion,
Yeah,
he believed
yeah.
that black people and Hispanics were beneath white people, that this country was being taken over, and that white people needed to stand up. Those are his words, not mine. That this country was being taken over by minorities, and Michael Dunn got infuriated that somebody would not obey his commands, and he lost control. Do I believe that he wanted to kill that young man? No, I don't believe that. I think he lost control, and once the bullets came out of the barrel of that gun...
Metrix, I can't access the coffee link, the PayPal link, or the merch link. Do you know why that has never happened? Can you see them? Because I had to add them after we started. So if you haven't loaded, if you loaded it before I added them, maybe you need to refresh. But I can post them here. I'll post them all here. For everybody.
Fucking
Boom.
A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
To mail order brides and glory. I'm guessing the next word is holes. But we can check. We can check. Thank you, Toyo Open Country. Yes, you see, I had it right. Our minds, they're in sync. To mail order brides and glory holes. As seen on TV. Where's the other one? Where is the other one? That is a PayPal link, and then a coffee link is boom, boom, and merch, also merch. Boom, and also Patreon, Patreon. Oh yeah. Decisions made as well, everybody. We will be starting a new channel. I think I'm just going to call it Metrix, or maybe Metrix Supreme. Metrix Gold. It's just, I think there has been a continuity that has lacked on this channel. And I think it's hurting the algorithm. And it's pushing us to be dependent on kind souls like yourselves, when really, that responsibility should not be left on you all. So, because YouTube are being fuckers at the moment, and we're not, it's not really generating any enough income. So I think maybe the answer is we'll start a new channel, get all of you guys, all 38 of you, to subscribe to that channel, and yeah, we're gonna have cleaner, more organized, more disciplined streams, continuity, structure. Yeah. And if anybody has some, views on what that should be or should include or should not include, you can always come over to the Discord. The Discord link. Here's the Discord link. If you want to tell us what to do and have us say yes, there you can do that. You can do that there. Join us on Discord, or if you're already on Discord, tell me what you want, and we'll do that. Because, or if it's good for the algorithm, right? That's what we need. Because I think we can do it. I think we know how to do it. So we should do it.
He couldn't take it back. That's what I believe. He got so infuriated that somebody would defy him that he finally lost control. I also believe, I don't know whether anybody did a blood test or an alcohol test on him, I also believe that drugs were probably in his system that helped to accelerate that, most likely cocaine.
Hey, and thank you, Chauncey, for that PayPal, as well as the coffees. That is very, very appreciated. And Instance, great way to instantly support Metrix and the channel. Thank you, Chauncey.
That's what I believe. I believe that he was high, either on alcohol or cocaine, and lost control because somebody defied him. I think that he lost control.
Either on alcohol or cocaine. So do I think that Michael Dunn was going to the restroom and or washroom if you're a Canadian? Do I think that Michael Dunn was going to the washroom and having sneaky bumps, sneaky lines off the toilet seat? There's something funny about that, isn't it? If you've gotten to a point where you're snorting coke off a fucking public toilet seat, I would think about quitting. On your fucking knees, leaning over a seat where people shit and putting your nose... Yeah, come on. I get it, but is it really okay? No, I don't think he was doing bumps and stuff like that. See you later, Michelle. Thanks for being here, Michelle. So good to see you, as always. Good night, Michelle. Yeah, we're not going to be doing too much more tonight. So good job.
He got so infuriated that somebody would defy him and not do as he demanded. He pulled out a gun and shot that kid. That's what I believe. I have 3 children. And I can only imagine what Jordan Davis's parents are feeling and what they went through. My worst nightmare is something like this happening to one of my children. I feel for those people more than I can put into words. I don't think anybody should feel the way they are probably feeling. I don't think anybody in this country should go through what they have had to go through.
He was a pervert, and he did the drugs, cocaine, and as he described it, he was smarter than everybody else. Everybody else was stupid or uneducated, he could outthink everybody. He was the top of the cream of the pile. His brother and some single guys would party all night long and do drugs and drink and just be noisy.
Did you ever see either verbal abuse or physical abuse?
Oh, yes. I saw the verbal abuse. I didn't see physical abuse. I saw a bruise once. But I certainly saw heard the verbal abuse.
Did you hear it directly from Michael, or that she would
Oh,
relay?
yes. Oh, yes.
Tell me about some of that.
He would always tell her she was too stupid, or she was too flirty, or she didn't know anything. I mean, he treated her really like a dog.
Well, let's talk about Clara then.
Not just any dog. An immigrant dog. He treated her like an immigrant dog.
We dated them for a couple of months, and one day I ran into her in the local Publix by the meat counter, and she said she had married Michael, and I said, when? And she says, Tuesday or something, some other day. And I said, where? Where did you guys go? Because I was shocked. And she said, the UPS store. And I said, UPS store?
So. Now, there is a little bit of a sense of whether these guys are overstating, or if they've, nosy neighbors, or if they, take the seed of an idea and develop it between them by gossiping about it, and then embellish and, make it some. But I've no reason to disbelieve anything they're saying. I mean, it all fits, and you could think to yourself, well, how would they know so much about the intimate details of his life? Well, he says that he would brag about it. Michael Dunn would brag about it, and that's believable. So I don't think they're, maybe it's a little bit biased, but not by much, and probably with good cause.
They can marry you? And she said, yeah, it's all legal, the UPS store. I was just shocked, and I said congratulations and whatever. The next time I saw her, she seemed upset, and I invited her over for coffee. I think it was my day off or something. And so she came over, and we were sitting on the front porch, and I said, what's wrong? Clara, what's wrong? And she said, I think I made a mistake. And I said, what do you mean you think you made a mistake? Because I knew it was a mistake. She said, the night after we got married, he took me to a switch club. And I said, what do you mean a switch club? What's that? And she said, that's where couples go and they switch partners. And I said, and you did? She said, what can I do? I didn't want to, but he made me. It was disgusting. And I said, do you have your green card? And she said, yeah, but it's going to expire. And I said, okay. He's doing it again. Just somebody keep under his thumb. Mickey, that's right, Mickey. At first he liked Michael because Michael would do things with him, but then he started yelling at at him and bullying him and bullying his mother. And Mickey didn't like that. He was a macho little boy from the get-go. He protected his mother. And at one point, Clara left him and took Mickey. And Mickey, I saw her once or twice out and about. And Mickey had told her that if she went back to Michael, he wouldn't go with her. He was about 12 at the time. He wouldn't go with her.
Do you know Mr. and Mrs. Dunn, Michael's mom and dad?
I liked Mr. Dunn. He was kind of easygoing or jovial. That guy you meet who you're happy to meet and you feel...
Shall we speed it up, Toyo? I don't want you to get rattled. Not like this. We'll try 1, 2, 5.
Feel good, fuzzy, warm meeting him, but once you get to know him, you start going, huh?
It's still too slow. We're beefing it up. 1.5.
But the mother was hardcore. The mother was hardcore.
What do you mean?
Wow, it's still a little slow. The mother was hardcore. This is interesting, right? The mother was hardcore. You know, Michael Dunn's mother was hardcore, protective, ruthless, on top of things, right? And Michael Dunn's subsequent choice in women for partners was the antithesis of that. So, what do we infer from that? Well, I think we need Freud to come in and tell us, but you know, I mean, it could be one of two different kind of things. I mean, maybe he wanted to not be with a strong woman so that his mother would remain the strongest woman in his life. Or maybe he wanted to be with the opposite of his mother because he harbored resentment for the way she had control within the family. So it's either a support of the hardcore mother or a, a resentment and a prevention of repeating.
She didn't like anybody. She didn't like anybody messing with her boys. She didn't like anybody question her actions or honesty or her boys in that respect. They were a tight family unit as far as she was concerned, and nobody talked outside the family under pain of punishment. And she lorded it over the boys. She controlled the money and controlled the boys.
Did the other son, I think he lives like in Ohio now, did he live in the area?
Matthew, yes. I liked Matthew. Matthew was not as perverted as Michael.
What do you mean perverted?
Michael was a pervert. Michael was a sexual pervert. Pornographic stuff on his computer. He posted a picture of his naked wife on the computer. Oh, yes, didn't Chuck tell you that? Oh, yes. And she found it, and he said, "What's the problem?" Jeff confronted him about it, I think. And he was all into this pornographic stuff, and that's why the switch hit clubs or whatever,
Right.
whatever you call them. And Blair and both Sarah said that he made them do things that they wouldn't even repeat in public.
Wow.
Both of them. He was a pervert, and he did the drugs, cocaine, and he's, as he described it, he was smarter than everybody else. Everybody else was stupid or uneducated. He could outthink everybody. He was the top of the cream of the pie.
But he wasn't.
No, I didn't think so. He was very smart, and very smart with computers. But I don't think he was smart about life.
Right. What drugs did he do? That you know of?
Cocaine and marijuana.
When did you first hear about the shooting, the one involving Jordan Davis?
The same night it happened that it was on the news. My husband came into the bedroom and told me Michael had shot somebody. And my first thought was he always wanted to shoot somebody, but I didn't know it was a young boy at the time. He told me about it, and my heart just broke. But he always wanted to shoot somebody.
What do you mean?
That was the ultimate power trip. You know, he could get over on insurance company. He could get over on people and on jobs and whatever. But I think that was the ultimate power trip for him. And I asked him one time, "Don't you believe in God? What would God think?" And he said, "No, that's for suckers. That's a crutch. People use that. Once you're dead and gone, you're dead and gone. That's it, lights out. There is no God."
Michael Dunn thought God was for suckers.
Oh, yeah, it was a crutch people used. The stupid people used. Get what you can now. And there is no consequences because once you're gone, you're gone. He used the N-word.
Yeah, but while you're still here, Michael Dunn, there very much are consequences. Like spending the next, 30 plus years of your life eating shit and, never having any agency whatsoever over your own life or decisions ever again, while all the time being surrounded by vicious criminals. Violent, dangerous place. That I'm sure, I'm sure the black population, your new neighbors, were just thrilled to hear about what you'd done, right? Did they make things easy for you, Michael? Did they, maybe fluff up your pillow when you arrived and bring you a welcome basket? Muffins. You look like a muffin man. The good black community of the penile system have brought you a fluffy pillow and a basket of welcome muffins. There are no consequences. Once you're dead, you're dead. But you're not dead yet. And there's this little thing called the law that is designed to hand out consequences, just in the same way that you handed out death when you sent death into the child. What a fucking idiot. That's mind control. There's no God. Well, there is a warden and a judge and a detective and a governor and all the rest of it, right? As you now know. I'm sorry, did they not tell you before?
A couple times, but I told him that wasn't allowed in my house, so he never said it around me again. But only to keep under his thumb, he thought everybody was beneath him.
Did you ever see his gun?
Yes. Sarah came over one night. She come running over in tears. He was ranting and raving, and she come over and he had hit her. And I saw the bruising and the red, especially the next day. And my husband went over there. He's threatening me with a gun. He's going to blow my head off. So my husband went over there and told him, you ever hit this woman again, and you and me are going to town. And he took his gun and he brought it home. I think we had it a couple months or a couple weeks or whatever until he gave the gun back. But Sarah was distraught, and she stayed a couple of days. But she had bruising. I was really glad when we moved.
Sounds like it.
Arrogant, entitled, large, because I'm only 5 foot tall, overbearing, abusive, perverted, smart, intelligent, thinks he can do whatever he wants to do and will get away with it.
Does it surprise you that his last words to Jordan Davis was, before he shot him, was, "You're not going to talk to me like that"?
No, that doesn't surprise me. Did he say that?
Why does it surprise you?
Because nobody talked to Michael like that, but his mother and his father and Chuck, as far as I know, and me and my kids.
We went back to the hotel after killing Jordan and ordered pizza and didn't call the cops.
That doesn't surprise me. Oh well, he deserved it, is what I think was going through his mind.
Yeah,
It bothered
that's pretty
me.
clear.
He inconvenienced me. Oh well.
That's all it took.
They advanced with a balloon feather. They came at me with a balloon feather, and I had no choice. It was me or them.
I think so. Especially if he was doing any sorts of drugs or alcohol. You know, but even without, I'm not surprised. I want to see justice be done, and this senseless violence with guns. And people as crazy as Michael having a gun, being superior to everybody else. I think in the Old West, he would just be one of those guys who just goes around shooting somebody for looking sideways at him. You don't agree with?
What, like Biff Tannen in Back to the Future 3? That was his favourite film, wasn't it? And his favourite character in the whole trilogy was Biff Tannen. Make like a tree and get out of here. I love that line. It's always made me laugh. Hey, why don't you make like a tree and get out of here? What's the other one he does? He does another stupid fuck up like that. It's I don't know. Yeah, Biff Tannen. Biff Bulldog Tannen in Back to the Future 3.
Me, pow. So, it's just not right.
Oh, okay. So what do we have now? We have let's see how long Ronda Rousey's interview is. It's an hour. Well. Oh, fucking. We shouldn't skip ahead to the rebuttal. What can we do? Do we want to start off? We need something that's about 20 minutes. What about the phone calls? Let's have a look at the phone calls. Jail call. can do some phone calls.
The day I met you, that we've gone.
Collect calls, or you have reached your collect call limit on calls from Duval County Jail. If you would like to accept this and future collect calls, you must establish a prepay account. We accept Visa and MasterCard. If you would like to set up an account and accept this call, please press 4. For prepay account inquiries, the called party has selected to set up a prepay account. Please wait while the account is set up. Please have your Visa or MasterCard ready. We will need an initial prepayment of $25 or $50, which may include a transaction fee. Fees are non-refundable. Advance pay balances that remain unused will expire after 90 days. This call and future calls will be charged at normal rates against this prepayment. Remember, your party is holding on the line. Press 1 when you are ready. Please hold. Thank you.
Hello?
Oh, baby.
Hey, sweetheart.
How are you?
So this
I'm
is
doing okay.
This is the first time Rhonda's spoken to him after his arrest. You know, they've driven back from Satellite Beach, they've spent the night in the hotel, had all the fucking rum and coke and pizza, and he's thrown up in the bathroom, had diarrhea, apparently, and took a shower, and then they drove back to Satellite Beach, went to see Len Lescalais, the Federal Law Enforcement Department of Agriculture, badge number 001, because there's only one. And then they executed a high-risk arrest. AR-15s drawn, come out with your shirt off and your hands up. We have the building surrounded. And then he had his own interview, and now Rhonda's been trying to get in touch with him and hasn't been able to, but this is that first time.
Oh my God, I can't believe it's taken this long to get a hold of you.
Well, I've been asking them for envelopes, but I've been writing you notes. So I have a bunch of letters I'll be mailing out tomorrow.
Okay.
So, however, I'm in a room by myself, so I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. How are you holding together?
Yeah. That's not going to last, Michael. Okay? Don't worry. They're preparing your basket of welcome muffins and your fluffy pillow for the... Look at his face, huh? You can see fear there, can't you? Get what you got coming.
It's been nerve-wracking. There's been reporters coming to the door, and it's just been nerve-wracking.
Right. How's the neighborhood? Is everybody there? Ocean Residence North being your friend, or?
Well, Eric and Rebecca are always, wonderful, and everybody else, as usual, isn't talking to me. And Ken and Virginia went home, so both Ken.
Yeah.
He saw me out in the parking lot one day last week, and he said, if there's anything that we can do, if you need us to watch Charlie, just let me know.
Okay.
So, but then they went away for a couple of days, so it's a little. I feel, I don't know. It just really, really sucks.
Yes.
it was so many days not being able to talk to you, and I tried calling you. I didn't try calling you. I tried setting up accounts after accounts. I've got three phone accounts open, hoping that one of them is going to work, and then I'm going to be able to talk to you. And then stupid Robin, I asked her for help. Please, is there any way that I can get a hold of Michael? And oh yeah, I'll get to that. And she never freaking got to that.
Right. Yeah, Dad. He didn't tell me specifics, and I guess we shouldn't talk about them, but he
exactly.
fired her.
Yes. Because I don't feel that she was working in our best interest.
Okay, that's what he said.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen any news, but apparently she's all over the news.
She is. She got on. I've had CNN LA call me. And then Eric says, "Oh, Rhonda, I met you," and I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because your name got into the New York Times before mine did." And I'm like, "New York Times, really?"
Yeah. Well, this will all die down. Apparently, I don't know if Robin was stirring the pot or what.
She was. She made this a freaking media circus, honey.
All right. Well, Dad tells me the new guy, Corey.
Mm-hmm.
I have his name here. I don't have a number.
And that's
Corey.
okay. I've got to give you. Your dad asked me to give you the number.
Okay.
So if you have any questions, you can get a hold of him.
Okay, I have a pen and paper. Give me the number.
Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna look it up on my email. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and I can't do two. I can't think and do
Sure.
stuff at the same time. So hold on. How long do we have on the phone?
I don't think there is a limit.
No. Oh.
How much money you got? How much money did you put on the credit? Because there's no limit. It's expensive.
I was just on the phone with your dad because, he was telling me how your visit went today, and oh, hold on. Oh, hang on a second. Talk to Charlie because he's missing you so much. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Talk to Daddy.
Hey, Charlie.
Hello, Daddy.
Hey, buddy.
Missing you so much.
Hey, little man. Be good for Mom.
Does that sound familiar?
Yeah. Is that the dog? Is it? Oh, this is so cute, Michael. Hey, little guy, be good for mommy. You fucking freak.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Because I feel bad that he's home by himself all day long.
Yeah.
Well, Rebecca took him out today because today was my first day back to work.
Oh, how's work? Are they for you?
You have no idea. Dawn and Davika came over here Saturday, and they're like, "You just let our Michael David know that we're wishing him home and wishing him luck," and so, everybody's been very supportive, and either they're not talking about it or they're just, coming up with, like, reassuring. I'm trying to do this. I can't do it with your... I know you don't have much of a nose, but it's getting in my way. So they've just been, reassuring, and they're like, we know you, we know Michael,
Okay.
So... Okay. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. I went on the wrong one. Damn it. All right, just give me one more second. I'm gonna take the phone away from my face so I can concentrate. Okay.
Sure. And then there's a speakerphone option.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Okay, ready? It's this phone number. Okay, it's 561. 802-8987.
And his name is Corey Strolla?
Strolla. S is in Sam, T is in Tom, R-O-L-L-A.
Okay, that's what I had. It's just like Mom and Dad's boat.
Oh, that's right. Do you need his address or anything?
No, I'll just...
Number?
It's just like Mom and Dad's boat. Yeah, that's how to choose a lawyer. Hey, it's a sign. The lawyer's name is Stroller. And Mom and Dad's boat is Stroller. The USS Stroller. Okay, good, yeah. Well, no need to look at his resume. Send him a blank check, signed. Allow him to write down any number and we will pay. Because his name is Stroller.
I have all that.
I don't have a fax machine, or I've been trying to get envelopes, but somebody was nice enough to give me paper, so I've been dating them, and sometimes if I'm writing more than once in a day, I'll put the time, but I have I believe I'll have an envelope tomorrow, so I'll send you days worth of letters I've been writing.
Okay.
So I'm not sure when the next court is. When Robin was running the show, it was like the 18th or 19th.
It was the 19th, yeah.
And so Dad's not sure if that's still going to be the case, but they're pretty sure they'll be able to get me out on bond.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. So I'll be home soon. I guess I'm going to miss Ruth's Chris this year.
Yeah.
But
did your dad tell you to set up a visitation for 2 people next week?
yeah, and he did, and I said something right away, and the guy was like, no, that's once a month, and I went and I looked in the rules and regulations, and it's 2 people. I'm gonna have to go and clarify, because what it was is you can do more than 2 people under special circumstances once a month, but the 2 people is normal. So I'm not real sure what the confusion is. I mean, when Dad said, because I didn't have anything to read, so the first thing I read was the handbook that they give you.
Right.
And when he told me that, I was like, yeah, that's not what I recall.
Yeah.
And a lot of the people that work here seem to be new.
Oh.
So it might be that they just didn't know. But I've got the regs in black and white to show them.
Yeah. Well, because, Becky and I would love to come up and see you next week.
Okay. I was, one of the things I wrote is that, might consider having Becky come stay with you so you're not alone at night.
Oh.
So Charlie's not alone during the day.
I didn't even think about that.
So, so have you had any contact with Christopher?
Yeah, I called him and I told him that, as soon as I heard from you that I would give him a call. Unfortunately, and the only reason why I say unfortunately is because we have been trying to just keep a united front of being quiet. Because
they twist things. The press twist things.
Yeah, and both him and Becky talked to the press.
All right. Well, yeah, Dad mentioned that. I guess Chris made a statement.
Yeah, he did. He said he was looking forward to reconnecting with you, and that there was. Maybe I shouldn't even be talking anymore. But he was looking forward to reconnecting with you, and
all right.
It was everything was good, all was good.
Yeah.
There was nothing bad going on.
Right. Now when I saw Robin and then that other.
Nothing bad going on my mask that I wear. My mask of control. I think there was something very bad going on since the late 90s. As just told to us by Chuck Hendricks. Uncle Chuck.
The guy, Mitch Stone, they wanted my Facebook credentials. Which I gave them, so now Robin knows my Facebook ID and password.
I know. I need to put that down. I need to shut that down. I deleted all your friends because I couldn't And I asked her for your Facebook password, and she never gave it to me.
All right. Well, you know how the computer has the 10 key, like the calculator thing on the side?
Mm-hmm.
Well, right across the top, there's some symbols. It's like asterisk, dash, slash, or something.
Okay.
So it's whatever those three are, left to right.
Okay.
So it starts with that.
Okay. So three symbols.
3 symbols, and then it's scepter, S-C-E-P-T-R-E.
S-E-P?
No, S-C, like scepter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. S-C-E-P. Uh-huh.
T-R-E.
C like scepter. Your dog's name is Charlie, dipshit. It's C for Charlie. Alpha, Bravo. I never get this thing, how most Americans, it seems, even police. I think in the military they do it properly, but even cops in the States say, R for Robert and S for Stephen. What is the deal with that? Romeo, Sierra. Is it that fucking hard? You know? Alpha, Beta, Charlie, Delta, Echo, and so on. I mean, it's easy. I always think it's funny that the a cappella, C as in scepter. Well, I thought it would be good to do a phonetic alphabet, phonic alphabet. Is that what it's called? I've been calling it phonetic. A phonic alphabet where all the words that you use have a silent letter at the beginning, right? So you'd say P for pneumonia, T for tsunami. What else could you do? M for Bastodictiothor. But did you know that in the proper version, W is whiskey, right? But air traffic control users are not allowed to say whiskey, because if anybody in the office has an alcohol problem and they hear the word whiskey over and over and over again, they might be tempted to have a drink. So they say wayfarer, which I guess that's fine. That works.
R-E. Oh, yeah, because my picture is out there. And though one of the funny things is there's one picture of us that's out there that I swear to God was only on your cell phone.
Oh, she probably took it.
And I think Becky gave them the other pictures. It was, remember the three of us at Meg's?
Right.
So, and I'm like, the thing is, all right, I know you want to question me, and I know you want some sort of answers from me, but, I have to make a living, and if this, affects negatively on, my job, because they said, your dad said that they were at the office in Vero.
Who's they?
The reporters.
Oh, okay.
They were at the office.
What is she saying? I have to make a living, and if this affects negatively on my job, Michael Dunn's like, listen, how is that my problem?
I need to. Hold on. Symbols left to right. But yeah, so when I couldn't get the pass, because I figured the only way that they were getting this info was if they were getting into your Facebook, and I
Well, my
think the only way
Facebook's friends only, but
right, but I didn't know if maybe they got in through a friend.
gotcha.
So that's why
you log in as me, and there's a way to suspend the account or delete the account.
Yeah, I was going to delete it, and it's just, you know, everything really sucks here, babe.
I'm so sorry. You know,
the other day I opened up the garage door, and Charlie came running because I know he thought it was you.
Oh, and they took my car?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was a lot of fun, too. You know, and that's the thing, because I'm sure they came here knowing that they were going to take the car, too.
The tail number of my helicopter is Whiskey Mike. Contains Whiskey Mike. Do you ever fly with someone, you know, that's in recovery called Mike? Whiskey Mike? But I gotta tell you, it's M-I-C, isn't it? Like microphone. Where did we see that? Oh yeah, that moody creator. That moody creator made a post once and said, Donna Adelson's hot mic interview, as in M-I-K-E. And I had to tell her, I had to say, listen, you know, honey, moody honey, it's not Mike, as in hot Mike, a hot guy called Mike. Hot Mike, Donna Adelson with Hot Mike. At the Gourmet Swinger Fest, it's Hot Mike, as in microphone. Yeah. I think that's the precise moment she stopped finding me funny.
And they just came and got my, you know, I don't think I'm supposed to be talking about this.
All right, well, we'll talk about it later.
All right. But yeah, they took your car, and then I didn't know I could get any personal, anything out of it.
Okay, he actually said SC as in scepter. Okay, fair enough. But why scepter? I mean, you know, you could say South Carolina, or you could say science, you know, scissors. Scepter just seems like such a fucking weird word. Is that like what the king holds in medieval Europe? You know, SC as in scepter. A ceremonial staff or rod held by a monarch or ruler as a symbol of their authority and sovereignty. Well, now it makes sense. It is the traditional symbol of power carried on official occasions, and its design is often elaborate and decorated with jewels, blah, 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 blah. From the Greek word skeptron, meaning staff. Scurvy, scabby, scabies. Fucking don't remind me. God. That was brutal. That was probably the only time in my life I actually considered jumping off a bridge that was aptly named Suicide Bridge. Ah, man. But I got in a bath full of oats, and I put a bunch of oats in a sock. And God, that just does something. Has anybody taken a bath in oats? Because it really does something. It's all the water becomes silky, and yeah, no, that was brutal. That was brutal. Whew.
there, and I just told them that my camera was in there, and could I get the camera? And then they're like, yeah, you can get your camera and anything else you want. And so I was like, oh, I didn't know that. And I said, well, I'd really like to get the radar detector. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, you shouldn't be speeding. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, that's not why I'm getting it. It's when Michael gets out and it's not confiscated. You know what I mean?
Sure. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, that's pretty expensive.
What the fuck am I going to do with... Oh,
I guess.
Oh.
I guess it is.
Have 60... Oh.
Yeah. I didn't know it was timed.
Okay, baby. Well, I love you very much. Will you please call me tomorrow night?
I will.
You promise?
I will, and be strong.
I'm trying. I'm really trying.
I'm being strong for you, babe.
Okay, I'll be strong for you.
Okay, well...
I just want you home.
Yes, I will be home this month.
Okay.
And I will see you next week for my birthday.
Okay. Okay. I love you.
I love you. So, you'll get my letters before next week, but I wanted to tell you that when the shrinks are evaluating me, they asked what was the best part of my life.
You have 10 seconds on this call.
And I told them it was you.
Well, I love you so much.
I love you.
I love you.
Hello?
This is Global Tel-Link. Three-way calling is prohibited. Upon detection, any three-way call will be immediately terminated, and the original dialed number shall be blocked from future calls. All inmate telephone calls are recorded. I have a prepaid call from an inmate at Duval County Jail. Your account balance is $12.22. If you wish to accept this prepaid call, dial 0 and hold. To refuse, dial 5. Thank you.
Hello?
Hey, honey.
Hey, sweetheart, did you eat dinner yet?
Oh, honey, I'm not eating.
Aww.
It's okay. I'm keeping up.
Michael Dunn is 46 at this time. Can you believe that? Doesn't he look a bit older?
My caloric intake by drinking plenty of wine.
Uh-huh. I haven't had anything to drink in over a week.
Oh, my Lord.
I haven't had anything to drink in over a week. Well, yeah. Don't worry, though, because there'll be a fresh batch of toilet wine when you get your muffin welcome basket.
Well, you know, it's like when the lady's pregnant, you know, she's eating for the two of you.
Well...
What's going on?
Nothing.
So she's... What is that supposed to mean? She's had 3 bottles already?
I asked the guy if we were limited by the number of phone calls. He says, nope, as long as it's before 8:30, you can call as many times as you want.
Oh, that's freaking awesome. Now, we may get cut off only because I had, when I set up this account, $25, and now there's only $12.02, so I'm going to have to add money to it. But, you know, I'm totally fine doing that. I just don't want you to, you know, when it says it's time to cut off, that's probably why.
All right, well, if it cuts off again tonight, I'll just call you tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, but I'll have it all taken care of.
I thought it was like $3 a phone call.
No, evidently not.
Yeah, it's a money machine, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm...
Yeah, no, it's quite a bit more than that. Looking forward to paying all of that.
Sure, they figured out a way.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, so do you know where I'm at?
No, I have no idea. Your mom said, your dad said your mom's gonna make me a math.
Okay.
Seriously, Patricia, he's 47 at trial, so he may even be 45 here, which is crazy, isn't it? It's all that aviation. That's what it is, and shooting skeet. It turns you into It adds 15 years.
It's a little tricky to get to.
All right. Well, I guess the map would be good, but your phone navigates
Yes.
too. So if she gives you the address, they call it a pretrial detention facility. So it's PDF.
Okay.
And I have the address, but
PDF? Programmable document format? Can you send me a PDF? I'm at PDF. I'm at the pre-trial detention facility and I need my PDF at the PDF.
probably best if you got it from her so we don't waste any time.
Exactly.
Jump.
So tell me, how are you, baby?
I'm good.
No, you're not, and I know you're not. You'll be good when you get home, though.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm brave.
Yep.
Mm.
So being in a room by myself kind of sucks, but I guess it'd be better than being in a room with them animals.
Well, they probably wouldn't think too highly about what's going on, and so it is best, but I can only imagine. But your mom said she was sending you a book, and I don't know how she's going about this. Do you have access to a computer or something?
No, but she read the manual of the regs, and basically I can receive books from the publisher, so like Amazon.
Right.
And one of the guards here lent me it's like 1,200 pages, the Tom Clancy novel.
Oh, very nice.
So I'm almost done. I'm like 800 pages into it. He gave it to me
I can imagine.
the day before yesterday.
Wow.
I read half the Bible.
Did you?
Yeah, well, that was the first book they gave me, but the print is so small.
Yeah.
It's really hard to read. So anyways, yeah, I hear what you're saying, and, before I talked to Robin, or, before I had any contact with the outside world, in Brevard, they had me in this, really weird place. I mean, suicide watch and everything. They had weird clothes on me.
Really?
Yeah, I guess because of the charges. They didn't know me or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was in a room with 3 black guys. And they're, 2 were kids and one was an old man. Mm-hmm. And they asked what I was in for, and I told them.
Black guys?
Mm-hmm. And I gave them some of the details, and they were like, "That straight up, that's what they get."
Yeah.
They were.
Well, but we're not talking about this baby.
True. I was just, I guess, trying to say that the people I have talked to are like, what were you supposed to do?
Right. Well, we're not going to talk about this. What we're going to talk about is how much I love you and how much I miss you.
Yes, dear. And
how much we are, when you finally come home. Everybody says, tell Michael David we're, rooting for him and we love him and, want him to come home. And so just know you have all that love, all the prayers. The next day, that Sunday, Nancy came out here. And she's like, and you know what Nancy has going on at home.
Yeah.
And she's like, I need to be there for you. And I'm like, you need to be here for us because it's not just me going through this. I mean, unfortunately, I'm missing, Michael, and Michael's not here, but, he's got it worse than I do. I just feel like I'm sequestered to my house because of the reporters. You totally are,
Sure. So what are you telling them? You just tell them no comment?
Reporters? Oh, yeah, no. I don't talk to anybody, and if they call on the phone, because, I got a few 904 numbers, and so I did answer, and then, when I found out it was a reporter, I just said, I'm so sorry, I'm unable to talk to you, but thank you for calling.
Well, it's nice,
Really,
yeah.
thank you for calling.
Yeah.
I was trying to do my best customer service spiel, you know. So
Sure. I don't know if, I guess if we're paying the attorneys by the hour, it probably doesn't make sense to refer them to the attorneys.
well, no, I honestly, the first ones that did actually come up to the door, I did, and that's when Robin was representing you, and so, I said, I'm so sorry, I'm unable to, give you any comment, but, speak to Michael's attorney. This is the person that you need to be speaking to. I didn't say Michael's attorney or anything like that. I just said this is the person.
Right.
And I gave her name and her telephone number, but, I don't know. She was just doing some really shady stuff, honey, that just, you think that her first thought would have been, or her first thing would have been, making sure that you had contact with your family and, that kind of thing, and that was the furthest thing from her mind. And then she, honey, I'll tell you all about it at some time, but she was just not on the up and up, and, we just need somebody who's going to go in there and take care. I don't want a shady person taking care of you,
I'm with you. I didn't have any, feeling towards her one way or the other than she spent most of her time telling me how great she was.
Yeah. Oh, great. Well, there you go.
I was like, okay, I get the whole thing, you're accredited.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about me.
Yeah, exactly.
And
here's why we're talking, because, I'm in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah.
No, I totally get it.
You still there?
And so that's Dawn beeping in, but don't worry, I'll call her back.
Okay.
But, I was like, we need to get you taken care of, and it didn't seem to me that she was doing that,
All right.
and so and I'll like I said, I'll tell you all about it when you come home, honey. But it's just like I said, I need somebody who's honest, who's trustworthy, and who's not shady, going in there and saying, hey, look, this is what happened. And, then people will know, and you'll be able to come home,
Right. Okay.
So.
Yeah, I guess my spidey sense should have peaked up when, when she said something about Scott and Deborah. I was like, I thought it was Jen and Jordan, but it's Scott and Deborah that she's trimming with.
No, it's Jen and Jordan.
Well, apparently she knows Scott and Deborah more.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Great.
However.
Well, you know what? It's never mind, because she's no longer a part of this, although your dad's, furious.
Yeah, he wasn't very happy. And I don't suppose any of that 10 grand's left.
She said no. But believe you me, your mom and dad are all over this, and they're going to get the money back, because evidently I'm not on the account, right, hon?
Right, but I signed papers at my first appearance.
Yeah, but you were under duress, and I wasn't authorized.
Okay. Right, all that stuff. In my letters to you, that hopefully I'll be sending tomorrow, I'm going to have, you're going to have to read between the lines, because I'm giving you usernames and passwords to our bank accounts.
Oh. Okay.
So you'll be able to pay bills and things like that.
Oh, yeah, because I didn't know what to do about that. I haven't called Dawn or anything, because
that was one of I already paid December.
I'm going to get you the username and passwords to our bank accounts. Okay, well, if they're our bank accounts, then why don't I have that already? Are you telling me that they have a joint account that she has her salary paid into, but he is the custodian? Because that would not fucking surprise me. Yeah, no, let's open a joint account, but I want full control. Hey, any women that have that arrangement with their significant other, let us know in the comments. And also, what the fuck are you thinking? No, I'll handle the money. You'll work, I'll spend. Okay, good. No, finance. Listen, Rhonda, honey. Finance can be tricky. It's a cutthroat world. And, the best way for us to handle it, a joint account that you pay into but don't have access to withdraw. Or as I like to call it, my way of, keeping you in bondage. And not the kind that we did at the Switch Club, but, permanent bondage. Chains, basically. You are in chains, chained to me, because all of your money comes to me, and you can't access to withdraw. So if you need $20 for your Sauvignon Blanc and your Doritos, let me know, and I will send you into the store with some money, with an allowance. Unbelievable.
Members rent.
Oh, okay.
So that was scheduled to go.
Okay.
So we got a little bit of time, but that was
Pariah,
one of the
hello.
requests I had in the letters that I'm going to send you is to call Don.
Yeah.
And I'm
I was
sure he
going
knows.
to.
Just talk to him.
No, he's already contacted us.
Oh, okay, because he had the house phone, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he called, and I spoke to him you were taken away on Saturday. I think I spoke with him on Sunday or later Saturday. Oh, later Saturday, because I'm sure one of the neighbors complained about all the cop cars outside.
Uh-huh.
And then he called again on Sunday and spoke with Brandon.
Oh.
And I'm telling Brandon to stay as far away from this as possible.
Sure, we don't want that hurting his career. And in my letters, of course, I mentioned Brandon too, like tell him that everything's good, that I'm okay, not to worry.
Hon, you know what? Here's the thing, and I don't want to make you cry, and I'm going to tell you this really quick because I don't know how much time we have left, but we did a prayer for you out on the Dune Bridge.
I heard candlelight vigil.
Well, it wasn't only for you, it's for everyone involved.
Sure.
Because so many lives have been touched by this, and so we were out there just, throwing good stuff, out there, and prayers and love for everybody involved and everybody who's been affected. And Ken said something, but he was repeating right from a prayer book, and then Eric went and he just said really, really good stuff, like, we just need our Michael David back, and then Brandon said he was concerned that it was going to go around in a circle and he was going to have to say something, and he said, all I can say is I miss him and I want him back. And I'm like, Dave, that's perfect. We all miss him and we just want him back. It's like a freaking hole, not in everybody's heart, but in everybody's life that you're not here.
Well, thank you.
Dave, we miss you and love you so much. And I said, this is the longest since the day I met you that we've gone not talking,
Yep.
And it's horrible, especially when every time the attempt is made, and it's frustrating because it doesn't go through,
Yeah.
But
I've been writing to you every day. So I've been talking to you. You just didn't hear me.
Well, I've been praying to you. Maybe you haven't heard me.
Yeah, well, every time I close my eyes, I see you.
Oh, please stop trying to act like a guard dog.
His bark is growing up.
He did. He barked.
But it's growing up. It sounds a little more bass.
You know, because I've been sleeping with him at night.
Right.
But you know how he loves to sleep on my head.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, I lay, you know, like, I end up waking up and I'm, like, widthways on the bed because I'm trying to get him off my head.
Speaking of bed, how is it?
It's actually, at first when we got it, I was like, I don't know if they're going to like this or not. And he's going to like this or not. Oh, Dave. Aw.
Tell me how you like the bed.
Was that $12 already? 5 minutes, $12. Fucking hell. You know, is it really necessary? You know, I mean, I guess that there has to be quite a bit of work involved with monitoring the calls and screening calls or recording them and storing them and all of that. I mean, I guess that there are costs incurred. But is it significant enough of a cost that the only way to handle it is to pass it on to someone on the outside who is innocent? I mean, it feels a little bit extortionate, doesn't it? I accept that there will be costs involved, that, you know, but there's costs all over prison. You know, there's a lot of costs. I mean, I guess the argument would be, well, you know, they don't have to call, but that again is punishing the innocent party. And then the argument's going to be, well, it's not the state that's punishing the innocent party, it's the criminal who committed the acts. We're not responsible for the fallout of dealing with his actions. You know, so, you know, I just think it's unfortunate that someone who has had their life turned upside down through no fault of their own is now, you know, to hold on to some semblance of normalcy by speaking to this fucking giant muffin head potato man, at least until she realized, oh, my life is so much better without that controlling, narcissistic, chauvinistic pig that told me to set up a joint bank account in his name only. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to stop calling now. But, you know, how much did she spend until she realized that? You know, a lot. Too much. Yeah. Well, you know, it's to be expected, isn't it, from a society that is, you know, so heavily built on capital, basically.
I like it better when you're laying next to me.
Okay. Is it comfy?
I love you.
Is it better for your back?
It's better for everything, and I think you'll enjoy it. I love you. I'm going to put more money on this account so I can talk to you tomorrow, okay?
Okay, and I don't know if it's possible. I don't know how we're going to figure it out, but I need a pillow. My neck is killing me.
All right. You ask there how I can get you one, and I will get it to you.
Okay, I think you can because it's not an item that's available in the commissary.
Okay.
But I don't want a super-duper one. I want one that, you know, we can just throw away. You know, one that we already have, but, you know, not a down or,
okay.
You know, not because...
10 seconds on this call.
All right, well,
Vicky, I love you.
I love you too, sweetheart.
Okay.
I'm so happy I can hear you.
Hello?
This is Global Tel-Link. Three-way calling is prohibited. Upon detection, any three-way call will be immediately terminated, and the original dialed number shall be blocked from future calls. All inmate telephone calls are recorded. I have a prepaid call from an inmate at Duval County Jail. Your account balance is $4.20. If you wish to accept this prepaid call, dial 0 and hold. To refuse, dial 5 and hang up. To block inmate calls, dial 7. Thank you.
Hello?
Hey, baby. I don't know how to add more money onto this account, and I've only got $4 and something cents.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. If only you'd have gotten me those passwords for my own money. When I say I have only $4.27, I mean in total, everything, not just on this call. That's all I have. Oh, I know how she feels. By the way, support the channel on PayPal. PayPal. Chancey did. So we're good for tomorrow. And then we roll on to the next day. Fucking what a way to live. Just you never know, right? You never know. I mean, but you have to believe.
I'll,
I thought when they called, they would say,
maybe they will. We'll worry about that. Hey, I tried to call Corey Strolik
let me
today.
give you. Do you have a piece of paper?
Yeah, you gave me his number yesterday. I want to make
His
sure.
cell phone number. Ready?
Ready.
It's 561-802-8987.
Right, that's what you gave me the other day.
Oh, and that
It's not working.
they said that that's a cell phone number.
Okay.
And then your mom just called me and said that that was oh crap.
All right, well, here's the deal. I've tried to call it a few times, but for some reason it says, inmate name, and then it's not my name.
Okay.
So maybe he got it, but he didn't know.
He thinks he's getting a goose down pillow in the slammer. Yeah, he probably filled out one of those medical forms and said, listen, Warden, I had a motorcycle accident as a young man, and my back, it's twisted. It's all twisted. There's a nerve in my neck, and it twists. So, I need a special orthopedic pillow, and I want my own room. A place where I can cook. I saw Goodfellas, Warden, and I want the room that they had, where they make their own food and have alcohol. Can I have alcohol? Because I'm white. I'm not a thug. I'm white. So I want, my own little bar. Mini bar is okay. I understand if we can only have the little bottles that you get on airplanes for safety reasons. But I want a lot of them, every day. And where is there a local pizza delivery? Can we deliver pizza to the prison?
No, it was me.
All right.
Sorry. I had a motorcycle accident as a young man, and pizza is the only thing that really, my sciatica and.
Well, they told your mom that you had tried to call a few times, but it was going to a cell phone. But that was the number you were calling?
Yeah, that's the number I had written down.
Correct.
All right, so no problem. Mitch Stone was the guy that Robin had contacted this way, and I guess his partner is Lockett.
Okay.
So Mr. Lockett came to see me today.
And?
And he had me sign the paperwork that's putting Corey Strolla as my counsel.
Okay.
But Lockett told me that Strolla has not engaged them.
Oh.
In other words, Robin was my local attorney there, but then she turned around and got Mitch Stone to represent me here. And I'm getting confused. We'll just call him Lockett, because so Lockett said they're not on the case.
Oh.
And I don't know if Mom and Dad know that or what, but I think it's important because Stroll is a West Palm guy, and these guys are Jacksonville people, and they know all the players.
Right. Okay.
Right. So I got a interesting letter from Robin.
Okay.
She found some YouTube videos of these guys, and they're all gangster rappers.
Right.
You know about this?
Yes, I do.
I got some news. I got some good news from Robin. She found YouTube videos of these boys, and they're all gangster rappers. Now, the key word is gangster. And what does gangster mean? Guns. What does gun mean? Shotgun. What does shotgun mean? You're dead, bitch! Good news from Robin, okay? She found YouTube videos of these thugs. Gangster rapping all around Jacksonville. Gangster rapping in the mall. Gangster rapping in the red Dodge Durango, very tacky. Horrible. Thug music. That's what it is. I knew it. I knew. She found YouTube videos of these boys gangster rapping. What do you think the fucking judge is going to say about that?
Okay. All right, because they're...
Imagine if he'd had a black judge. I mean, that probably would have been too much. If he'd have been in fucking South Carolina with Judge... Come on, Christina. Where is she? Did we lose her? That's okay. It's really late. In sunny Wisconsin. It's Christina's favorite judge. Clive. It's definitely Clive. Judge Clive. What? You know who I'm talking about, Christina. From the Uber murder case, Clive, Newman. I remember that because that's the name of Chauncey's cat. That's where my brain went. I was like, oh yeah, no. There's a cat called Newman, and the judge, Clive Newman, is the same name as the cat of one of the Metrix moderators. How convenient. The first time I ever saw Judge Clive Newman was when he was doing the Uber case, the Uber murder case. What was that guy's name? Nathaniel Rowlands, and then his mother chimed up and started trying to relitigate the case, and Judge Clive just shut it down. He was just like, no, this is a victim impact statement. We're not going to relitigate the case. If that's what you're trying to do, you're done. Get out. You know, if you want to finish. But you say one more word, it's not gonna fly with Judge Clive Newman. Okay? It never did, and it never will. Nobody messes with that guy. I mean, imagine, it would have been too much, though. It would have been too much. Clifton. Well, you know, I got the first three letters right. Samantha Josephson. The thing I like about that case is his girlfriend, because his girlfriend comes in. She's missing teeth, which it does actually look pretty cool. I forget which teeth. But all she can say to every question is, "It's lit." They were like, "Well, have you ever been up to, what is it called? The place in Raleigh? 5 Points, is it? Is that where all the bars are? Have you ever been up to the 5 Points? She's like, "Years." "And what is that like?" "It's lit." "Years. Mind your business." "And what did he say to you then, miss?" I forget her name. "Mind your business." Just like, that's another thing she says constantly. That apparently he said constantly to her. I mean, he really didn't seem to say much else other than "mind your business." And if you're in a relationship where the only words that are ever exchanged are your questions, to which you receive the retort constantly of "mind your business," you know, there might be more for you somewhere else, right?
Because in her letter she said their music videos were down the next day.
Right.
So, okay. All right, I was, because when the police said that these guys didn't have a record, I was like, I wonder if they're just flying under the radar.
Right.
Because they were bad. I mean...
Yeah. All right, but we don't want to talk about anything like that.
Okay, well,
what do you want me to tell?
I want you to call Mom and Dad.
Well, they're actually going to be here in just a bit.
Okay, perfect. If you like, I can call you back. I have another thing I wanted to tell you. I asked for and received permission for 2 visitors.
Oh, awesome.
But it's a little complicated. Because you guys are more than 100 miles away, you can come any day. It don't have to be Monday. And I can have more than 2 visitors. So if you and Becky want to come up on the weekend and not miss a day of work, I mean, Monday's my birthday, but big fucking deal.
Right.
If you'd rather come.
Monday's my birthday, but big fucking deal. Yeah. The fuck? What? Why would you even say that? Well, if you want to come up, I mean, Monday's my birthday, but big fucking deal. Yeah. The lack of awareness that this guy has, right? He's just murdered someone that will never see 18. A child that couldn't drink, that couldn't vote. That if a adult woman, say a 30-year-old woman, slept with him, the child, would that be a criminal act? Would that be child abuse? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the exact law is for a 17-year-old there, but and he's talking about his birthday, reminding us that it's not a big deal. Yeah, we know, Michael Dunn, Michael Dick.
Come up Saturday or Sunday. that can be, because as long as you're.
Yeah, right, Christina. Why are you cleaning? Why is you cleaning blood off your back seat? Mind your business. I want to call him Clive. I'm calling him Clive from now on. It's Clive Newman, Judge Clive.
Your driver's license.
60 seconds left on this call.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know how to add more money to it.
Okay, well, maybe when I call back, it'll have that option.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't,
or maybe not. Or maybe not. Because I've spent $30 on this in a day, and it's not really useful to me. You know, I'm kind of sensing that the best thing for me to do is to move on. Just move on.
don't have time to tell you because it's in an envelope. I'd have to pull it out, but there's like a number that you can call.
Okay.
So do all that for me. I don't know if Mom and Dad knew it, but it doesn't look like Stone Lockett are engaged in the case.
Okay.
And I really think that that's important.
Yeah.
That somebody here is local, and then that knows everybody.
Okay. Not on case.
Right.
Okay.
You have 10 seconds on this call.
And it's important to get my car because those guys are going to try to take it. They're going to asset forfeiture.
Okay. Hello?
This is Global Tel-Link. Three-way calling is prohibited. Upon detection, any three-way call will be immediately terminated, and the original dialed number shall be blocked from future calls. All inmate telephone calls are recorded. I have a prepaid call from an inmate at Duval County Jail. Your account balance is $40.51. If you wish to accept this prepaid call, dial 0 and hold. To refuse, dial 5. Thank you.
Hey, sweetie pie.
Hey, baby.
Oh my God!
Hey.
It's already 4 hours 22 minutes. We gotta cut it off. We gotta cut it off. It's 26 minutes to 8, and well, gotta try and do daytime stream tomorrow. Gotta hit those English people up for some fucking support. There's PayPal. We gotta hit up the English. We gotta hit up the Irish. We gotta hit up the Scottish and the Welsh and Sweden. We're coming to you. Norway, hitting you hard. Hitting you hard. What is their currency? Norwegian krona, is it? Give us the krona, Norway. You can keep your fucking pickled herring. Krona. And just, you know, a relaxed atmosphere. I mean, where better to find one, huh? Where better to find one than Norway? Well, Sweden. Or northern Wisconsin. Right, Christina? So where are you in Wisconsin? Don't tell me you're in Manitowoc. Are you in Sheboygan? Are you in Green Bay? No, I'm betting Madison. Madison. After the north side of Chicago, you don't head up to Green Bay. Madison. Or it could be somewhere else completely. It could be somewhere rural. Where would it be that was rural? Well, you don't have to tell us. All right, we better go. We better say thank you. Why are you planning on visiting? Absolutely. Fucking A, absolutely. Totally. No, I gotta go to a lot of places. I gotta go to... It looks like we're gonna fly in... Well, I don't know. I'm probably gonna be in Canada before I'm in the States. Because I'm still gotta do some things with that immigration attorney, but I haven't been able to pay him, so I said just like, put it on ice. Put it on ice, and we'll see where we are in the new year. So yeah, but no, when I do get to the States, we got to go everywhere. We got to go over to Oregon. We got to go up to Wisconsin. We got to go over to Ohio. We got to go down to Florida. We got to go to fucking Georgia. We got where else have we got to go? Maybe Colorado, Maryland. I mean, this should be multiple trips. That's a lot to do. And why does it have to be? It couldn't just be in one pocket. I mean, we're talking about the four corners, pretty much, from Maine to Miami, from San Diego to Seattle, and then diagonally across. So yeah. But we maybe we'll be in Ontario, or I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? It is rural and lovely. So it's rural. Well, that narrows it down. There's only 3 places in Wisconsin that are rural. Let's go to the maps. Wisconsin. Okay, so I'm gonna bet you are in You see, I don't know how far south you are. If you're south, I'm gonna bet you're in probably Elkhorn. Maybe Monroe. But if you're more up a bit, Wisconsin Dells, easy. Easy. We know where you are. We've always known. Or Lake Geneva. That could be a candidate. I don't know. Oh, we're wrong? Well, you know, there's not much to go on, really. I just can't imagine you'd go all the way up. I mean, I would have thought you'd stay reasonably south. But not on the lake. Not on the lake. Or maybe on the lake. Racine. Nah. Nobody lives in Racine. Anyway. Enough guessing games with the maps. We will say good night. Thank you for coming. And to those that help support the channel, thank you. And the moderators also, thank you. And I'm not all the way up. Okay. Okay. Not all the way up, meaning you are somewhat up. Chippewa Falls? No. I feel like I would know that if it were Chippewa Falls. One more guess is Marshfield. Definitely Marshfield. All right. Good night. We'll get it another time. Okay. Catch you later, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow as much as possible for the UK focused stream and Norway. Adios.